Good morning, Namaskar. This is Suraj Singh speaking from Faridabad, Bharat, India. Good day to everybody, all my friends around the world. And this is June 21st, 2020. Talk as usual regarding our guest COVID-19 and management on construction projects and other projects, and how to handle education of engineering is a part of management. I'm going to include, because only saying something and doing nothing has got a value here. In our country, education is at its low now. Indicative of it, this is now as usual, and I am here for you. I wait for a minute, so I'm going to calm down. Yes, here. I think two papers are, I don't know, because of yesterday something fell down. No problem, fell is what to do. But then get it from here. No, it's not here, it's fell down, it's fallen down. Yeah, maybe say it. No, it's not here. Let me see where it is. Maybe it's gone down somewhere. Yes, we are fine. So I'll put it again. Dear friends, indicatively I said I'll put this mask, my own handkerchief mask, just to show to people. It's not for this purpose. I'm sitting here just to show to people how it works. It's very important how it works. I just put it like that. I take diagonally here, diagonally on this handkerchief, and put it like that, so that not only my nose, my mouth, organs, my lips, and some of my cheeks are also protected. This is the purpose of this. It's COVID-19. You know well, COVID-19. So I am keeping like that. COVID-19. Virus or no virus, I cannot say that, because people say virus, scientists say virus, I also say virus, but whether it's virus or something else, time shall tell. I consider it something else as well, because I relate to faith of spiritualism, not of religion. I know what is soul of person and others, so I should say that COVID-19, as its number indicates, nobody decided is who decided. There's a WHO. 191 is entry-exit authority, and 9 is power and fire and resistance and delay. I heard today, I got news that scientists say it's dying, tiger is changing to cat. Well, I don't believe that. Tiger is changing to cat, or cat is jumping over a tiger. That has to be worked out. Well, I think it was cat, now it's getting tiger. Other scientists, I'm advising them, don't be over enthusiastic, because you don't know what's happening. You're thinking in one direction, not thinking other direction as well. This has not come here to go back. This has not come here. COVID-19 has not come here to go back. It has come here to survive and be resident for I don't know how many years. So don't be optimistic too much. Yes, optimism fine. We have to understand what we are talking of. Well, they may say everybody is optimistic and they are optimistic, fine, it's okay, but don't underestimate that it's accelerating like anything now, and so much it's accelerating that even in German, so there was a slaughterhouse and there was 6,500 workers there now. About 1,000 have been infected, and all 6,500 minus 1,000 is 5,500 have been quarantined, all the people. So don't think that, and wherever people are opening something, It's enhancing, it's augmenting. If you compare to past one, so COVID-19 is still very active, very active. Assumption will not work and presumption will not work. I know there is an impact on economy around world. That impact, that's only purpose COVID has come actually, to be very frank. It has come to slow down the economy of whole world. Uh, that I think sole design behind COVID-19 arrival, and this intends to say don't overuse this planet for your economical benefits, because economical benefits are permanent for somebody but temporary for someone. So it cares for everyone, it does not care for someone. COVID 19 says stop what you are doing, think for earth, think for air, think for lithosphere, think for environment, think for biodiversities, and think for everything required to be thought of. It's also known leadership, don't believe in this leadership. I'm going to say political leadership. Actually, we're talking of professional leaders or scientific leadership. All those professionals who are in profession should understand that there is a message from God. You have to be supportive to good maintenance of Earth planet, and you have to take care of air is a part of Earth itself. So don't be overenthused. The virus shall go automatically. It shall not go automatically. Yes, millions of people may go automatically. That's a fact. And actually, whole world has diverted attention of people into economical grievances rather than handling positively with COVID-19. I am seriously advising everybody not to be overconfident regarding COVID-19, because it is not temporary resident here. It's here at least for 10 years, and in 10 years, whole world can change. So it's not prediction made, it's just my calculation. Number itself tells this somebody allotted this number, automatically came into being. And now even blame games are ongoing, while Beijing, or you can say China, says that Beijing it was imported from Europe, and to Europe it says it was imported from USA. So stop all this. Virus exists, so-called virus. This COVID-19 SARS exists, and best solution is take precautionary measure. How to live in this, you have to understand, you have to change habits, and of course we have changed habits. We have changed our habits of walking, we have changed our habits of gathering, we have changed our habits of going to restaurant or walking on road or using cars. That's what is required. Cars use is not yet diminished, but it should be. If you don't do this, you will suffer, because mental balance of whole world has gone out. That's very indicative here. World is not concentrating properly. All countries are not concentrating properly. Panic does exist still. That panic hasn't gone. Normalcy hasn't returned. Even if they are forcing economical, you can say resilience to come back, or they are forcing the economy should come back. But remember, it was an impact. It is an impact. It has been an impact on whole world. And economy is also a part which has been impacted very severely, and all citizens of world have been impacted seriously, very severely. So we have to be very careful about this. Don't be over enthusiastic. This is not ordinary action by God. This is a permanent action to change your lifestyle, your habit. And if you cannot understand this point, nobody can teach one. Come out of panic, think normal, forget luxuries, forget your comfort, and stay without comfort, because it's not simply if you are in room you are safe. You are safe nowhere actually. You are nowhere safe. You are neither safe in your room, nor safe in your washroom, nor safe in open. Nowhere is you safe. Virus has power to access to every dangerous place. So be careful about this. I am not advising you. It's automatic advice that comes out as conclusion from various considerations of news coming in. Many countries are claiming they are going to be normal from this date. They are only assuming this is no normal time, no normal time, not at all normal time. Actually, abnormal time is starting now. It has been only few months, say 6 months, this virus has come. And its probation period of virus is ongoing. And this virus is going to stay here for at least decade. You write my word with your diary and you don't forget that. Maybe I am here in this world or no, by that time you will know that 9 plus 1 itself is 10. 1 is number of entry and exit and authority, while 9 is number of fire and delay and everything. So up to 29 you have to wait. 2029, 2021, 20 is now 2029. When this decade ends, you will find number 3 starts there, which will either make more powerful this virus or something else will happen. And you have to meet, you have to see coming few years up to 24, 25, your economy cannot be withdrawn, economy cannot be made stable. This is my proposition. This is my can say my claim that you have to wait for 3, 4 years, and even then you will not be able to make economy at that level you thought of, because trust and confidence are major issues which public has lost in politicians. Almost all politicians of the world have been virtually fired in minds of people, whoever they are, from one country to other country, from one corner to other corner. All politicians have often failed in their duties, which is very important part of work. And if they fail, means public thinks differently. This is not time of war. This is time of thinking, time of concentration, because this war is above all wars. COVID-19 war is above all wars. Every powerful country and every poor country have to face its consequences. No one can save from them, because greed exists everywhere. Economical greed, economic development greed. But don't forget, economy is one part of nature, not every part of nature. This is what I'm saying. Don't be over enthusiastic. You have to face consequences. Otherwise, you can't survive. We have to be careful about. We have to worry about God. We have to worry about everything. Though we don't remember God in good time, no problem. This is also good time and a bad time, because those who are surviving are in good time. Those who are leading are in bad time, and those who are record also in good time. So both positions exist. Domination is by those who are surviving. Only 0.5% people infected are losing their lives. So that is ignorable, you can say. Therefore, I say take precautionary measures. Take care, as I told you before. I told you many things before, and that's what I say. Maintain your body, maintain your heated up. Don't think you are in room, you are safe. That's only, you can say, assumption. And assumption doesn't mean it is correct. It is assumption. If you are in room, you are safe. Yes, you are safe if you are properly protected in room. Room is never sealed. It's never airtight. How much you provide is not airtight. AC is not airtight. There are so many roots that can enter your life. So I'm not causing panic onto you. I'm just advising you this can happen. So be careful about this. And I'm with this, I'm going to close this COVID-19 with the hope that people shall stabilize themselves and take precautionary measures. We are resorting to precautionary measures, very important in this regard. And now I change my identity. I come out to arsenal identity. I take out this mask because it's no longer my message is now over. I'm going to project management, and which is that here, project management, which is now project management. Oh, sorry, it's not project. It is project management. Say project management, and it's total. I'm sorry for quality. Project management total quality. This is where I'm talking of. Daily is like a part of my talk, a brief on that. I'm not going to explain thoroughly what's project management in this regard. Project management starts with everywhere when see even education of a student, education of a kid is a project. If you want to open a shop, is a project. If you are going to establish some factory, it's also a project. If you are going to establish some development work, it's also a project. If you are doing something in your life for you, it's a project until it's realized. So if you have a project, you have to pass a degree or you have to pass engineering or medical science or someone, that's also a project for you. So projects are unlimited. Means whatever is projected for you or for someone is called project. Word itself is projects, verb itself is project. This is project management. So we have to project some management of something, and total quality means whatever we are doing should be based on total. Doesn't mean that I'm talking about 9,001 here, not at all. That's just reference to quality. What I'm talking here is something automatic. Means quality, what we think about is quality means everything is okay, everything is perfectly. Quantity also parallel to that. It's not simply quality I'm talking of. When I talk of quality, means quantity is also included with that. Quality means quantity and its value and its specifications compliance, which is called quality. So project management total quality system I'm talking of for this. And project management is not easy as we understand in books. Project management is something imaginary also included in next book. What you think about, how you do means what is the written book you got doesn't mean it's project management. What's your conception is about that, what's thought about that, what's contemplation about that, all amount of project management. Project management itself means, though it's called management, I don't consider management because there is a gender dominance on this, so it should be person management, it could be management, personagement, it should be personagement, or it should be organization, it should be, because we are talking of organ of life in project. It's also organ of life, how to make that one. It's also how I study is my, I have to decide how kid has to study, father's kid has to decide which university you have to join, how you are successful there, you have to decide. So project goes everywhere. 1 day project to 1 month project to 1 year project to 10 years project, all are projects depending on the strength of project and the time period of the value of project. And that's the project management total quality. How we have to be clear about that. It's not simply we have learned something as 9,2015 is a project management. No, that's just a written document. You have to understand, consider in your mind what you want to say. You want to get benefit of project after it's being delivered, or you want to or you want something else. It's up to you. The project management that one, right? Okay, fine. We'll go continue like that. I'll take out this from here. So, dear friends, sometime I usually go on talking. So I don't know what I know. I never write any script about talking. It's my habit. Maybe I'm not good for that. You may like that. This is my habit. I can't say I'm concentrating on project management, and I'll talk after project management. I'll take it concrete, and that's what concrete is about. So I'll take later on this concrete. Qatar concrete specification. I'll take on concrete here. Concrete and see already. Concrete is solid, reliable concrete, and then I'll take onto that after that FIDIC. And this FIDIC I'll take, I just put script like that, so you can, I just remind you in this section I was going to take FIDIC 2017, red book, also it's may I start silver book as well. I can't say it because the participant time available. So concrete is pending there. Concrete is also very important. Concrete, I've gone through a large slam doing on how to handle hardened concrete, how to test and all that. So this is concrete here. So now I go to further to see means how I could manage today's talk. Yesterday I had a problem because light failure due to bad weather. I think maybe I don't know what weather is there about this now. Could be better or not, I can't say, but let me see. It's better. I think now when I say management, project management, you know what I explained about this. You have to project yourself. Means what do you want to do? You have to decide yourself. You have to make decision for yourself, for your family, for your society, for your institution, wherever you are late or you are in support. Depends upon what sort of degree you have. Degree doesn't matter academic. I'm talking what sort of value degree you have. How much value is given to you by society, by people. What value you stand there with them. How can you explain to them and lead them? How they depend upon you. How they they say this, we are waiting for this man to come and see. And you can start this show or like that. It happens everywhere. I'm not saying you're alone there, but people People consider you that you're a reliable person, and that's what. And I explained to you reliability means the same thing as I said many times. Reliability is something that means reliability is very important in life, and reliability itself says you have to be safe, you have to be serviceable, and you have to be durable. All your ideas have to be safe, your ideas have to be, you can say, workable or serviceable, and your destiny or your, you can say, your durability, how how far can you move with them? The sum total of these three parameters, three criteria like safety and serviceability and durability, which is called reliability, means again and again we can refer our problem to you and get solution from you, or advisory, you can say, statement from you, and in that case you can be called their lead or you can be called their technical expert, whatever you may say. That's called personalized value of a person other than whatever designations or academical qualification you have. That is not all alone. Academics doesn't mean you are expert in that. Academics means only that you can move in that field, in that discipline you're qualified for. It doesn't say that you are master of that in what. Mastery and master are different. I'm talking master or mastery is different. Don't confuse it with degree of masters. When I say mastery, it's something you can say highest value in what? Mastery of that means you are able to solve whatever problems comes to you during work, and you have capacity to solve it and explain that. I should not say leadership here because leadership is something else. I should say it's originalship. I should say you are exponent of that. Exponent means something very different. It's not leadership. Leadership is related to something else. Leadership relates to some known subject, known topic where you can lead in. Where you know what is plus and what is minus, how it was affirmative, how it's spoken actively. That is role of leadership, but there is no question of leadership. As a question of exponential work. Exponential work is very important. Your mind is used, actually mind contemplations are used. That is called exponential work. And exponential work is very important. Exponent itself means power. X to power 2, x to power 3. These are all exponents we can say. And exponents give you multiplications and thriving values, and you can say values into powers of that base value to build its degree value. So just like 5 to power 2 is 25 and 5 to power 3 is 125. Similarly, when I say exponent means there is no limit of that, and whatever people think you can do that without any problem. And that is where value of management stands for. So management cannot be defined otherwise. What people think it can be divided as. That's ordinary management. I'm talking of something that is imaginary and hypothetical and skeptical and practical management or organization of something, how to organize and get results about. An organization doesn't mean you have to trap yourself in some formula or some definition. You define yourself and move forward. Question is, destination is, scope of our attempt is to get answer, to get delivery of what we expect. You get it through your own knowledge or through your book knowledge or through whatsoever. When you get through book knowledge, you cannot be called exponent person. But when you do yourself on your own without referring to someone and thinking originally, it's called original work. It's not authorship, it's original work. Exponential power, though it's not given in statute yet, it's there. So project management for me is entirely different spectrum, different world. I don't consider management of what is taught to people. I think it's a different drive, it's a different high power drive with no speed or a full speed or unlimited speed or whatever speed at its maximum, and their energy is used at its maximum, and energy means use of your mental energy as well as physical energy. So organization is something that you can be single person organization or you can be whatever number of strength there is, depends on you. And in particular in construction field I have been involved throughout my career. Construction means not only site construction, it means construction of drawings, construction of designs, construction specifications, or construction of whatever you say you can construct in solid format. in format that can be read and understood and implemented. Implemented that form it is very important for. Which depends upon your understanding. If you go further and further to think and find what is available, that's called organization. Organization never stops, remember. Its organ never stops until you die. There you die, organs stop, and organs continue. Like my body, your body, the whole system. I think organization is a system. Every hierarchy part in organization itself is a system. So organization is a combination of many systems in many layers around. Those who are in front, ones who call lie at the bottom, but they should go front. They are in bottom, we call them line management. Though that line is actually line organization without which nothing can be done. The last one which produces something, delivers something. We have to be very proud of that, very prideful of that. We can't understand that this directly, but those people working in the field and getting done work done, those are line management like foreman, like supervisors, like junior engineer, or like various contractors, others. Those who constitute part of this line management are really important singular people, because they are people who are converting all designs and thoughts and contemplations into practical aspects into shape, and that shape we are giving something is a production, and that is a part of project delivery, and that's very important how to take care of that. So once your mind develops, you can originally think, you can develop your own ways. That is called actually organizational system. One should not refer every time to someone. Once you understand something, you can move, you can improve on that, you can find further from that, and that's where we say organization works. Organize itself is organs, means organs and organs and organs and organs. You are going to create organs into a system, and connections of those organ links of those organs is called organization. Organization is not limited to one part or two parts, it can be any number of parts, it can be any number of people, and that organization is very dependent on each other. Each organ is dependent on if one organ misplaces itself or disconnects from everybody, complete system organism collapses. It's like a process, it's like a system that delivers something. When you say there's a process plant, we say even if one machine, one vessel stops their working, whole system collapses. That point we must understand. So continuity of that circuit of system of all organs, connections of all organs, is actually called working management of working organization. It's not seen by eyes, but its delivery tells that yes, it's working. When you go and see all qualities and all systems of each organ, you will find so many parts there, so many combinations there, so many connections there. All those tell that it's an individual system, and then maybe any number of individual systems in each process plant of like your own system. That's what I'm saying, and I'm just directing to education of engineering also, because engineering education every day is falling, not only here, in many other parts of the world. Today's engineering is not that it was 50 years, 40 years, 30 years past. If you go, intellectuals they were. They did not use calculators, they did not use something else, they did not use Excel sheet, they used to think on their own and did calculations simultaneously while thinking, and that that impacted upon their mind positively, and mind became a calculator in those days. If you just think of this from which time I am, I'm not that from that actual time. You can say when I was 80, I think when I was about 30 years, now 25 years, I saw calculator FX 31 in those days. Before that's not available. So first time when I was doing my engineering degree, I could get one calculator, and that was very expensive in those days, but we had to do calculations manually, otherwise we have to use log tables otherwise. But you see, mind of those people who used to log table, used to calculators, were very active minds, not sleeping minds. They did not TT all time to activate mind, because minds. And if you go behind that also, you will not find that those industrial, I'm not saying industrial, those working commercial business, or they were very calculated type people. Though their dress was not like pants and shirts, they were very ordinary people. But their mental value, mental calculation was so fast, you could not even imagine how. So I should say that what should be our engineer, that's my point of view. Engineer coming off to college, I cannot say that an engineer should know everything at that time, but that engineer should be practical one, not sleeping one, not just going in silence, what I do not want to do. That person should know how to, okay, you are not that smart, you are not that efficient, but you cannot depend on others to advise you what you should do. If others have to advise you this, because you are not an engineer, You are a learner. So don't say that time that you are an engineer until you at least, if you suppose you are given a small building, I'm talking about civil engineering, if you are given a small building, say 1 room or 2 room or 3 room or 4 room, and if you cannot do that, handle yourself around, how can you say that you are an engineer? You are not able to engineer anything. Yes, you somebody asks you calculate quantity, you say okay, I can do quantity. Somebody asks okay, do design, okay, you can do design. Somebody says something and you can do something. Or somebody says okay, draw its plan, you can draw its plan. Or somebody says draw its elevation section, okay, I'll draw its section. This means you are a part engineer there. A sections and sections engineer there. You are not independent engineer. But independent engineer is only paid, otherwise you are not engineer, you are just a tool for other engineers. So this education, this virtual knowledge, this practical knowledge must be inculcated into minds of engineers from whatever field, whatever branch of engineering they come out, electrical, mechanical, civil, electronics or whatsoever. If you cannot deliver something, you are not called engineer. I'm not talking about IT, I'm talking about basics engineering. Of course, electronic world is very important, IT is very important, IA is very important. Okay, these are important, but these basics are very important. That's what I want to communicate to people. This basic education, this pushing education, there should be push from there. There should be push from there from every way. And you have to push yourself. You have to push yourself, your mind, your work into such a way that you should have confidence that you can do it your way, utilizing equipment, utilizing material, utilizing human resources, utilizing technical systems. You should deliver that. That's very important point. That's called project management oblique organization and total quality. Otherwise, you have to learn a lot. You cannot do otherwise. That's the purpose I am stating for management in engineering. This law, Q, what should be education, what should not be education. No need of crying all this. They can only talk, they will not give anything solid because they themselves are not experienced. To be very frank, those people who are experienced, they don't need all such talks. Only way is change system in a sense. Our student of engineering must learn in university itself or in college itself to learn that much. When it comes out, this boy, girl, when it comes out to field, should not wait for someone to instruct and then only this gentle person starts working. That is not engineering. Even if I think in this way, when I compare 3 years diploma to 5 years engineering degree, I find a gap that those who are having direct degree, always in complex, and those who are having diplomas, because after diploma they pass degree, and this is, we can say, sandwich study, where you work as well as you learn. So maybe they are not that higher at that time in designs, those diploma students, but they work in field as well as they study. So this combination of use of physical work mind and theoretical mind brings into them a double factor, a multiplying factor, which, because they go to sites, they deal with all resources and they understand how to handle, and same power is transmitted to their further jobs when they get out degrees completely after passing institutional degrees or whatsoever. They get more efficient than their direct educated counterparts. It's no criticism for either this or either that, but fact is experience is experience. Because without experience nothing can move. You may take quantities from drawings, you can take, but when you are in field, you will not find same quantities required as you worked out, and that's the reason that a tolerance value, or you can say wastage factor, is allowed in quantification, because practical work and theoretical calculations are always different to some extent. So education should be practically oriented rather than what. Okay, theory is very important indeed. Nobody can deny that. Theory is useful only when it can be implemented on sites or locations. If theory cannot be implemented, then there is no use of that education. Theoretical learning is very important, but what's use of learning if it's never used? It should be used on sites, on designs, on implementations. And remember, implementation or prosecution of activities or execution of activities is last item in engineering. Further, which is not called project, further which stays is not called project, but goes into, you know, user's hands where it's operated upon or is used or consumed. And that is end of engineering when you deliver something after its complete maintenance, then you chop your hands off from that, and you are not, you of course you own responsibility that you did this, but you are not then related to that. And surely we don't conduct research also, post-work research which should be done, or you can say post-work survey to be done. There is no such system here. Means after today, suppose I construct a building, I don't know after 6 months, after 1 year, after 2 years, after 3 years, how much settlement did exist there. There is no such provisions here. Many projects you can go and see, many buildings you can see there are cracks in walls or so many other defects erupting after building is done. It's not because building is happy to show that, it's because there's something left in that, something we missed in that, and we did not care for that at that time as a student cared upon. So that's our fault, and engineers' responsibility is to think about that. Degree does not give you, but mind gives you. Yes, degree is your valuable certificate without which you know, but you forget degree once you get it. Then keep on learning more and more. Keep on getting knowledge from various references about your field. Only then you can say, don't think that professor or teacher would equip with every information, because they themselves are not fully equipped, because they have restrictions and they have time limits and they have to fulfill their syllabus teaching, and that syllabus is extensive one. So they are also bound or confined by certain descriptions, and you know well. I'm not saying those people are not, they are scholars, they are brilliant, but for purpose of imparting education, not for purpose of experience. And I would suggest it should be that no professor should be appointed until that professor or teacher got 5 years at least experience in field. Because there's no meaning of professor or teacher. You can only teach theoretically, and theory is imagination, but you have to teach them on site also. Or if you cannot teach them on site, you should call site experts to university for certain time, that they can explain to people what is done and how is done, how we work in field, and that should be a part of syllabus. It should be a part of practical syllabus, or you can say construction syllabus. Otherwise, you can go to any field, you will be beaten, because education which is in university and work which is at site, there is a gap of at least 10 years. 10 years difference is there, and 10 years is not easy to cover up. Whatever technology is working there, that is not available in books. So teachers are unable to reflect to you or project that technology to you to learn. You cannot learn yourself because you are paid at that time. So I would not say, I will not talk at length about improvement of education. It should be that practical angle should be involved in education, and that can solve our problem, students' problem, and teachers' problem. Because once they teach, allow these students to learn practical activities, certainly they should also be in class and they also know, and then they can themselves teach that practicality once they understand how to teach. Practical activities and theoretical activities are entirely different. There are so many systems which can be used in your building, in your profession. For example, don't depend on books, and you can't depend on those who are not available in books. You have to do whatever you want. You have to run some activity. Whatever activity you have to run, you have to write that, what you have to do. That writing must be clear to you, and you think, I can read this, I can understand what I have written. This means another person can also understand that. That's called communication. You should be communicative, clear, and you should have a capacity to write what you are going to do. That writing, if you don't do, then you will not be able to do outside. You forget once you think in office, okay, I'm here, I'm going to do this, and you don't have writing, or you do not give writing to someone else who's going to support you from that aspect of the activity. That person is blank and will go according to that person. Your conception will go waste in that way. So I don't have any complication as far as education is concerned. Only thing is practically oriented. That's very important. And every engineering is very difficult. It's not easy, It may be, I'm talking about all engineering. I'm not talking about my engineering. I'm not talking about civil alone. Because civil always moves electrical, and electrical always moves mechanical. These are very three integrated syllabuses. And if without these, nothing is possible. And also, bringing into my top architecture as engineering, I consider as a part of engineering because this is going to give you houses or industrial buildings, covered areas, or whatever. So what I'm saying is, we have to add practicality, not industrial practicality, work practicality to our courses, our schemes, our programs, or else we can't understand what to talk about. That's what I thought I should tell you about management of engineering works and management of education. There's a very important point from one description or other description. This point, if taken care of, I think we can do a lot, and if not taken care of, we can do so much in that. Glasses gone. I don't know. Just lost some here. Thrown away. Well, so we clear about management studies. We clear about that, and if you are clear about that, you will be able to do a lot on your own. And I would simply say that engineering graduates are coming from, and all those professors and all those practical engineers, they should tell them, and professors should tell them that it's not that easy as they are thinking. It requires time, and it requires everything that you have to take care of. Simply, just like saying W square over 8 is bending moment of simply supported beam. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything because they understand formula, but they don't know what it means. I have seen some people who don't understand basics. I have seen many people who don't understand basics. If I talk of deflection, say that deflection in simply supported beam is 5 4 to 384 yard. This formula, yes, it can be calculated because we have information about values of all these parameters. W length is there, and E is there, I is there. We can find deflection. We can understand it on our deflection diagram. We can understand shear force, bending moment. We can understand that. Understanding is no problem. But how does it work in field? We cannot see deflection by our eyes, and we cannot see recovery by our eyes. These are only dial values. Tell us, but what does it mean? This is not clear to many. What's the purpose of these values? I think generally students are ignorant about that. I'm not saying that engineers are ignorant about that. I'm saying students, and that students, those students which are not clear in engineering concept, they cannot work in engineering. Engineering itself is, it's the organization of engineering. Organization of engineering, if you want to know what actually it is, it's nothing but concept. Concept. If you have clear concept, you are an engineer. And if you don't have clear concept, you may be a doctoral engineer. You won't understand. I see many talks, many writings where our students, our new engineers, they talk of a lot. What size of column should take? How should I design a column? How should I design a beam? How should I design a foundation? Yes, you have come out of university, you have done it and you have designed. Why asking them? What's the purpose of your asking? When you have worked this, you have certified, you have certificate of education, you have certified engineer, I mean the certified student, certified graduate you are. Why do you raise those questions? How I can design this column? This means you are not clear about your design philosophy, how it works. Your design philosophy should be clear to you first, because it's your design, it's not my design. What is the vision of you? Whether your vision, that must be clear. Why do you jump directly to design of columns or beams or foundations when your building is not clear? You are more interested in software field, you are not interested in imagining building that you are going to construct. Even if you are given drawing by architect, you have to work on that. Architect must have vision of that building, so you should have similar vision if you want to produce that building rightly. Otherwise, you will miss so many factors on that, and you will take many times than what it should be taken until you understand the perspective of that structure you are going to construct. You should have a clear picture in your mind what this should be, and once you develop that, keeping constraints like center of gravity or center CG of load and CG of area and whatever other factors you think are valuable to that, stability of building must be in your mind. These 4 or 5 points which are very reliable, which give you something, I think you can better design. You can design in a better way than what you think. You go to books and find all these formulas and start. What we talk is that you should have designed first in your mind, and then you come on to designs of columns or beams, because independent design just for learning process, not for actual work. Independent design, I want to design a column, it's not practical work. No. I want to design a beam or foundation. First, you reach that point. Only then you can see, yes, I have reached this point. I have designed up this point. Now I am designing foundation. That point can be understood. And that too, not single foundation. You have to design complete system of foundation. It becomes many foundations, independent footing. Yet you have to ensure distribution of loads, CG of building, CG of loads, and a torsion there are no, eccentricities there are in both directions. Only then you can see, understand building. And that system your maybe your professor doesn't give you because of lack of time, or it's not part of the syllabus. I can't say that. Means whatever, but it's your job. You have to do that in field. And if you can't do that, you just incline to elemental designs. I call it elementary design. Don't think elementary design can help you in industry or in field. So that part of management is everybody will change your concept of management, change your concept of project management or project organization or total quality. That is what's required. Means project management, total quality are comprehensive systems, not meant by one but controlled and organized by many. So don't take it too lightly that you can survive with that. It doesn't happen that way. That's my point of view here. Now I'd like to jump onto concrete, which is exclusively important for everybody. You may like it or you may not like it. You have to deal with that. It may be concrete, or it may be structural steel, or it may be pre-stressed concrete, or it may be precast units, whatever you think. All involve concrete, even structural steel, may not involve concrete in superstructure, but in foundations you have to use concrete. So concrete is, you can say, a type of universal material that is used in construction industry all over the world. Now, concrete, because it's very expensive material, expensive not in a sense of money alone, expensive in its nature as well. Concrete, concrete meaning itself is very different, and let's see, concrete itself is very different meaning. Concrete means something solid, something long living, and not simply we say that we have this or we have that. So I'm going to was some hardened concrete. Remember, piping system. It's not that. It is. So I am going to start now. I left yesterday to do, I think, a hardened concrete, waterproof membrane, protective treatment, and it was late. Why I forget all time, I don't know. The surface hardness and ultrasonic pulse. Oh yeah, come on, don't waste my time. Concrete course, so I reached there. Alright, I reached there. So I will say, I just give titles which I studied yesterday. But inspections is this. Inspections, or you can say testing of hardened concrete. This is inspection and testing of hardened concrete. This was we discussed yesterday, part of that, not full of that. Because of certain problems yesterday, I couldn't get out of that. I was left, it was not good weather, it was good home, and it was bad weather. So, I lost a part of that section of that. Now I'm not finding another problem. I want to take water, I can't take water, so I take directly anything firstly. And so, gentlemen, I think you understand what are problems in engineering. These problems have to be taken over and cared for. And if you care for this, because I am telling from experience, I am not telling from books. Now, concrete means solid, right? When say, there is no concrete result, you can say, we try to test the concrete result of that. That's fine. There is no concrete result. Why no concrete result? Because there's some problem. Otherwise, concrete itself means solid material, solid result. Concrete material, concrete work, concrete application, you can say otherwise. Concrete means reliability. If you compare to reliability, It is concrete. Concrete is equal to reliability. It's a material. Concrete is a material. It's artificial stone. It's not natural stone. It is artificial stone. A stone which has property of both compression and tension as well as flexural strength. This is superior to natural stone. Yes, of course. It is superior to natural stone. You can answer this question like that. Question is, what is concrete? You can say concrete is a solid material. Concrete is a composite material. It's composite. How it is composite? It is composite because it has many constituents in this. It has in this rock particles, rock dust or sand, or you can say cementing materials or cement. And cement itself is limestone and silt and many admixtures of that, chemicals of that, and also it has water, which is hydrogen and oxygen. 2 parts hydrogen, 1 oxygen. So you mix all them in certain ratio proportion, and this comes out wet mix. That is not called solid mix, it's wet mix, unstrengthened, non-strengthless mix, but it is strength only for few minutes. And then if it starts getting its strength, starts getting setting, and then gets hardened. And then in some duration, it becomes solid. That is called concrete. So concrete definition is in your hands. How to define that is not in your hands. If you understand activities of concrete, sequence of concrete, you can say that this concrete is this much. So concrete is reliable. I say, what does it mean? I can write concrete is equal to safe. Safe means it is safe material. It neither fails in compression nor fails in tension when it is reinforced. When it is reinforced, it doesn't fail in tension. It doesn't fail in compression even if there is no steel. This means it's not failure in flexure even. If I bend some member of concrete, then it doesn't break. This means it's good in shear as well as good in flexure. Both points are there. In both points it wins. So concrete is a safe material. And if it is a safe material, there is nothing wrong to use it. There is nothing wrong to avoid this. And also, if we say it's serviceable material, yes, of course, because it's part of structure or it's part of road or it's part of wherever you use this, that gives service of that. And that service is service. That service is return of your money. You invested that money for that service and you are getting that service. So you are getting that money. That's another point you have to understand. So you are getting service of your material. You are getting back your investment. You are getting back your effort. So that is called working of concrete, or that is called service given by concrete to everyone. So that first importantly you get that service. So serviceable. And then you say that it works for many years or defined number of years you took into design. How many years can it serve for? And if it does serve for a commercial, it's called durability. Means that distance, that travel of that material in same strength, in same parameters for a long distance of many years is called durability of concrete. So you can say then equation is reliability is equal to safety plus serviceability plus durability. That is called concrete. If concrete is that type of material or RCC is of that type, I'm talking of concrete. Not when I say concrete, of course, steel is there. It's not simply concrete material. I'm talking RCC material. Generally, we say concrete slab, which means concrete slab having reinforcement in that, and that reinforcement fulfills purpose of tension of that material. Because concrete itself is not good in tension. It requires tensile forces into this tensile resistance, and that steel cooperates with concrete, not mixed concrete. So at this point we can understand everything. Only then are left your Means a concrete becomes trustworthy if you can understand this. Means it's your trusted friend, it's your trusted relative, because you have a relation with concrete. Being a civil engineer, you cannot go without that. That's a fact. Civil engineer or you are a concrete engineer. You may say, because you can't say I'm a brick engineer or I'm a mortar engineer. Concrete means you are a solid engineer. And when I say actually, I can say that concrete itself means quality. Because how much quality concrete has got, how much values it has got from various point of views, from various strength factors, compression, tension, deflection, sway, and resistances, many other types of forces can sustain. You can say that this is having grip, good grip. This is very flexible, very useful. This can be rigid also, but we consider it flexible, which bends, which sways, which can deflect and come back to its position. So such a flexible material, you can say, what is that? Such a flexible material is our body, human body or whatever else body. We can make exercises, we can walk as a person, we can talk as a person, we can jump as a person, we can resist force as a person. We take tension, we can take compression, and we do long, and we maintain ourselves. So our body itself is concrete despite its having many functions. We're all flexible, our life is flexible. Yes, we are not concrete because we are not concrete, but if you compare concrete and your body, there's no difference. There are only differences. We produce that by our efforts, while our body is not produced by us. Is by natural tests, natural procedure. It happens. For concrete, you are using natural materials. All are natural materials, not even a single material. You are using by your own production. You are only using your mind, that's also God given. You are using that mind, and this mind allows you to think further and makes concrete better. So concrete resources you are using are completely natural. Water, you can say natural water, rock natural, sand natural, dust natural, and after that you can say cement, which is natural, though it's produced, but lime is natural, silica is natural, and many chemicals in that are natural. So you cannot say that this is not natural. There are natural products. You too are natural, in fact. Our human resources too are natural. Though they are not exactly like that, we are talking about materials. They are human naturals. Human are natural. We cannot say that human is artificial. The human cannot produce human. So what I mean to say, concrete, you are concrete, I am concrete. Everybody is concrete. Everyone is concrete. This means doctors deal with concrete, engineers deal with concrete, everybody deals with concrete. Concrete is such a valuable, uniform, omnipresent material. So I can say, you may say, what he is talking of, this is not written in my book. Your book will not give this, cannot give this. The one talking is, you can say, it is DRG of concrete. DRG. Do you know DRG? THEURGY. This is alokik knowledge. Not from this earth, but thought from there. There. My father's 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 father. Mother's 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 mother. That thought from there. Do you know what's that? Who is he? Where is he? Nobody knows. You don't know. That's what is secret. If you know, where's secrecy? God is always secret, and that's what we have to understand. That secrecy is given to only very confidential people, confidential connections to God. Secrecy cannot be given to each and every person. Only those who qualify this, only those who are accepted by that power, they can be given secrecy, others have to follow them because it's power of nature that produced this earth and its will of human being and its will of that power that human as a resource should improve this earth. And I can then say concrete is an improvement to earth. Of course, we take earth material, we take earth resources, everything we take from earth, yet we help earth develop into buildings, into roads, into airports, or you can say complete wood, or forest is transformed into artificial city where we all live. That's what purpose is. So, my purpose of concrete is entirely different. So, I am talking of material, yet it's not material alone. It's material which creates so much. It creates buildings, it creates roads, it creates airports, it creates everything which you imagine. Will find element concrete of material of concrete available here. That's purpose. I like to explain to you. Do not stick to what says book says or engineering material or material engineering book says. Think yourself. When you are higher education, you are supposed to think yourself. And if you can think yourself, then there is no limitation of your education. You can go to whatever level you can think. And also remember, thinking is only route. Thinking is only route that takes you to results, and results mean success. Thinking is only route. That's my point of view. Start thinking from today. I advise you, start thinking on everything from today, and you will start challenging books now. I don't say that to challenge books now until you are clear. Don't challenge 20% knowledge if you have. Don't challenge that knowledge if you have 20% knowledge. Challenge if you are master of that. But there is no need to challenge even, because when you know that, you write your book. Well, it's all on top. I'm giving you is to encourage you. It doesn't mean you should go and start challenging your books. Don't challenge them. They are to teach you. They are your holy documents. They are your holy books, like religion books. This is also a religion book. Your material science, material engineering, concrete, designs, theory of structure, analysis. All these are your engineering religion books. Engineering I am calling a religion or profession, because engineering a profession, this means profession means religion. You are going to profess your character, you are going to profess yourself towards engineering. That means is that. And if you can't profess to engineering, better don't go to engineering. Engineering is not money earning business. So simple. And because people converted it to money earning business, engineering failed. Engineering fails because engineering is applied science. It is alliance science, and it does not give you money, but it gives you knowledge, and your knowledge works further. It gives you, you can say, it gives you a feeling, or you can say a quality system that you have to talk to everybody. You have to deal with everyone. That concept is not very new, because once you are in engineering, you are not left to be related to some religion or some caste system. Whatever your name, whatever your caste, keep it off. Let people work from morning to evening. If not, few hours in morning and few hours in afternoon. Because you have to take care of temperature also when it rises. For example, now it is 41 degrees, so we have to be careful about that. So concrete is that there is no fixed definition of concrete. Concrete is concrete. If you understand that point, it's good for you. Concrete is not undefined. This definition lies with you. Because I talked to many people about definition of concrete. I did not find even a single person to whom I talked, even at highest level engineering positions in government, that could get answer to that. What is concrete? They say concrete is concrete. Concrete is concrete, that's fine, it's concrete. But what does it mean? How can you define that? Actually, I tried to give you that definition in this brief discussion, and I understand that you got real meaning of concrete. So don't be pushed by someone else who says concrete means solid, concrete means reliable material, concrete means universal material, and concrete, if you know technology of concrete, you will be very happy in your mind, but that's not easy to be understood because you have to refer to your theories and practicals, and then you can understand what is concrete. I can't claim that I did a lot of concrete in my life, but I did good concrete. Even in this building I'm sitting, this is in concrete framework, means all foundations, columns, beams, slabs are done in concrete. I did not use even one brick in foundation here, complete RCC1. Only bricks used in upper floors or ground floors. You can say cladding walls or non-load bearing walls. So I spent a lot of time on this building. Of course, I could maintain that. I left my job in those days just to continue building. So concrete is something means if you are traveling by train, if you are taking off flight or landing, or you are traveling to some hotel, or you are traveling to some camp, or where are you traveling? Where are you going? You are leaving your cycles. Now, I would simply say that don't be an over-enthusiast about this. Understand this. Understanding is important. If you understand concrete will be happy. You will be happy with concrete. Only point is our friends, navy engineers, they only think of salary. I know they are paid very little. But even your senior, you will be paid heavy. I cannot say no. So we jump on to concrete now. As I said yesterday, I'm jumping onto concrete. And this is jumping means I'm jumping onto concrete specification section 5 of QC S 2014. So it's I think it's like 2017. But doesn't make a difference after all. There's not much change in that. Even in a couple of years you cannot find much change. Because most of these are same as I worked here. I was there in Qatar in 1985 to 1989, and then I was there in 96, I think 96, 95, 96, and also I was there in 2003 to 2004. So in these three stages I didn't find much difference. In specifications, of course, something is there, of course. When you revise something, you have to change some system, and then you have to add something. That does not mean overhaul of system. This will something, add something, or delete something. The overall picture, I would say. much water because of dehydration, and it is better to keep your body little wet, hydrated, so that I feel comfortable. I'm not taking tea at this time because I've taken tea already in my breakfast at 3 o'clock. I usually take tea between 2:45 to 3 o'clock. I think 2 major cups of tea to yes. So that's my personal limit. I was talking about inspection and testing of hardened concrete. A lot of that was explained. I'll just speak again only, not explain what we talked yesterday. Because explanation will take time again, so I don't want to consume that time. So now it was in general scope references, submittals, quality assurance, non-compliance of work, and water field work requirements. In concrete course, it was general drilling course, testing of strength, testing for strength, assessment of strength, reinforcement cover measurements, and ultrasonic pulse measurements in general, selection of test locations, execution of tests, and estimated in situ cube strength, and in radiography of concrete, and then it was surface hardness and general method of test, equipment reporting, chemical control, sampling, laboratory tests. And then you can say we talked of inspection and testing hardened concrete. That general is this part of specification covers inspection, sampling, and testing of hardened concrete. Related sections and parts are as follows. Part 6 is property requirement as 1. When you go to reference, I told about these standards of ACI, BS, and BSc and GSO. And then we talked of submittals, and after that we talked of quality assurance and non-compliance of works, and then we talked general field work requirements, and of course then it was concrete course we discussed, of course, and we discussed of some other more details about course. Then we talked of drilling course and the testing of strengths, and then it was assessment of strengths and reinforcement cover measurement. So we are talking of that from reinforcement cover measurement, I remember, and ultrasonic pulse measurement. So I come back to reinforcement cover measurement. So I remember we did that, but I can restart from the reinforcement cover measurement, though a lot of that was discussed yesterday. I just repeat that by reading this document, and you may understand, you may get benefit of that. And you must have downloaded this book, this part also. I already given URL link of this document and many other documents on video, text, and if you wish, you are happy with that. I'm not forcing you, I'm just advising you. You can read this yourself if you don't like my speech, but I am giving for support to those who need me at this juncture, and I should say that I will, because it's difficult to sit in hot for long, so I keep changing my system here and there. Well, small bottle, small glass for me. Maybe it has been dropped somewhere. Now, reinforcement cover measurement of cover to reinforce steel and other metallic items in concrete shall be carried out in accordance with BS 1881 Part 204 using an electromagnetic device that estimates position, depth, and size of reinforcement. Location for checking cover and spacing between measurements shall be advised by engineer based on objective of investigation. Contractor shall carry out calibrations of electromagnetic device for a particular bar size to allow bar diameter to be measured. While testing orientation of steel bars shall be checked. Electromagnetic device shall incorporate scale or digital display range and shall be calibrated in accordance with BS 1881 Part 204. When calibrated in this manner, indicated cover of steel reinforcement shall be accurate within plus minus 5% or plus minus 2 mm, whichever is greater over working range given by manufacturer. Cover meters shall be used in accordance with manufacturer's instructions and checks on zero carried out as specified. Now search head, search search head, you can say, search head shall be traversed. Search head shall be traversed systematically across concrete and where reinforcement is located, rotated until maximum disturbance with electromagnetic field is indicated by meter. Cover to reinforcement shall be noted. Cover to reinforcement shall be noted along with axis of reinforcement. Cover shall also be recorded on concrete surface with chalk or a suitable non-permanent marking pen. Care should be taken to avoid interference from other metallic sources or magnetic material. Cover meters checks shall be carried out by an operator with 5 years experience. Test report on cover shall include following information: date, time and place of test, description of structure or component under investigation, location of test areas, make and type of cover meter used, date of last laboratory calibration of cover meter, details of site calibrations of cover meter, details of site calibration of cover meter, indicated values of cover, estimated accuracy of quantitative measurements and configuration of steel reinforcement. Now ultrasonic pulse measurements. Now we are talking ultrasonic pulse measurement. Ultrasonic velocity, you know what's ultrasonic? Ultrasonic velocity test equipment should be capable of measuring transit time of a pulse vibration through concrete, transit time of pulse vibration through concrete. Length of pulse part between transducer equipment shall be measured and pulse velocity calculated. It says pulse part between transducer equipment shall be measured and pulse velocity calculated. Ultrasonic pulse velocity testing shall be carried out in accordance with provisions of BS EN 125044. Velocity shall be measured at a number of locations around a structure and velocity contour of structure established. A minimum of 40 velocities shall be measured for each structural element. So we have to establish velocity contour and 40 velocities shall be measured for each structural element. Now selection of test locations, that's part A. What is selection of test locations? Wherever possible, wherever possible, direct transmission arrangements shall be used. Direct transmission arrangement shall be used. Transducers shall be mounted on a specially formed molded surface. Minimum path length shall be 100 mm for concrete in which normal maximum size of aggregate is 20 mm and less than 150 mm for concrete in which nominal maximum size of aggregate is between 20 and 40 mm. But path length shall not be longer than required to detect small regions of bad concrete. Where concrete contains steels, pulse velocity shall be adjusted in accordance with requirement of BS-EN 12504-4. Locations that contain reinforcement. Locations that contain reinforcement directly along or close to pulse paths shall be avoided. Now, where repositioning is not possible, semi-direct transmission measurement, where transducers are placed on adjacent faces of concrete may be used. Execution of tests. Positions chosen for test locations shall be clearly and accurately marked on surface of concrete. Surface of concrete shall be cleared or shall be cleaned. Surface of concrete shall be cleaned and free from grit and dust. Now, path lengths shall be determined to an accuracy of plus minus 1%. And a suitable couplant, C-O-U-P-L-A-N-T, suitable couplants such as grease applied to each of test points. Couplant it is, that is grease applied to each of these test points. Now, pulse transit times shall be measured by a skilled operator with a minimum of 5 years experience, say, in use of equipment. Pulse velocity measurement equipment shall be in accordance with requirements of BS-EN 12504-4. Test results shall be examined and whatever unusual readings repeated carefully for verification or amendment. Now, estimated in situ cube strength. Well, this is a reliable part, very important part actually. We are actually starting today from this. See, it is called in situ cube strength, estimated in situ cube strength. It's called estimated because there we did not get direct strength from cores. They are transmitting that direct strength of core through cube strength. A correlation shall be established. That establish a correlation between cube crushing strength and cube design of particular mix used in structure and pulse velocity. This pulse velocity and its loose strength of concrete are related together by empirical methods. Now, where it's not possible to obtain cubes with same mix design as original structure. A combination of coring and ultrasonic pulse. A combination of coring and ultrasonic pulse velocity. Where it's not possible to obtain cubes with same mix design or design as original structure is combination of coring and ultrasonic pulse velocity. Testing may be carried out at direction of engineer, where cores are used to provide correlation. So a very important point means to say, so where it's not possible to obtain cubes and same mix design as on the original structure, a combination of coring and ultrasonic pulse velocity. Testing may be carried out at direction of engineer, where cores are used to provide correlation information required for interpretation of ultrasonic pulse velocity test. Now, radiography of concrete. Gamma rays and high energy X-rays. Gamma rays and high energy X-rays, which illustrate by radiographs concrete defects. Testing shall be carried out in accordance with requirement of BS 1881, 205 or equivalent. That is by radiography, that is by gamma rays and high energy X-rays that illustrate by radiographs concrete defects. Leading test shall be carried out in accordance with requirements of BS 1881, 205 or equivalent. Now, surface hardness. Surface hardness. What is surface hardness here? Testing of concrete surfaces. Testing of concrete surfaces for hardness using rebound hammers shall be carried out in accordance with BS EN 12504 That's true. This is concrete hardness. This is surface hardness. Testing of concrete surfaces for hardness using rebound hammers shall be carried out in accordance with BS EN 12504-2. Rebound hammer shall only be used for estimation of concrete strength where a specific correlation is carried out of concrete from structure being tested. This shall be from work test cubes or cores taken from structure. Correlation between concrete strength and rebound numbers shall be carried out in accordance with BSEN 12504-2. Precision of correlation curve between mean rebound number and strength shall be stated, and this shall be used when reporting whatever strength interpretations from surface hardness readings. Use of general manufacturers correlation or calibration curve for strength shall not be used. Use of general manufacturers correlation or calibration curve for strength shall not be used. I know, it's okay. Come on. Now it should be noted that rebound hammer number only provides information on surface layer of approximately 30 mm in depth of concrete, and that this should be quoted in report testing. Okay, let me repeat it. Now, rebound hammer may be used to establish uniformity of finished products. Well, before that, it should be noted that rebound hammer number only provides information on a surface layer of approximately 30 mm in depth of concrete, and that this should be quoted in test report. Rebound hammer may be used to establish uniformity of finished products or similar elements in a structure at a constant age, temperature, maturity and moisture condition. Now, method of test. A minimum of 12 readings shall be taken to establish a single surface hardness at particular location. Reading shall be on a regular grid between 20 and 50 mm spacing. It says readings, minimum number of 12 readings shall be taken to establish a single surface hardness of a particular location. Now, reading shall be on a regular period between 20 mm to 50 mm spacing over So you can say reading shall be on a regular grid between 20 mm to 50 mm spacing over a over an area not exceeding 300 mm by 300 mm. Mean of each set of readings shall be calculated, including abnormally high and abnormally low results, unless there is a good reason to doubt velocity of particular reading. Coefficient of variation and standard deviation of results shall be reported. Now we go to equipment. Equipment rebound hammer shall be proprietary type that has been used successfully and serviced for a minimum of 5 years. Hammer shall comprise of mass propelled by spring that strikes a plunger with contact with surface. Hammer shall comprise of a mass propelled by a spring. Hammer shall comprise of a mass propelled by spring that strikes a plunger in contact with surface. Manufacturer's literature shall identify impact energy and contact area of plunger for hammer. Reporting. Test report shall affirm that hardness was determined in accordance with BSEN 12504-2 and shall provide following information. So, test report shall affirm that hardness was determined in accordance with BSEN 12504-2 and provide following information. Okay. Date, time and place of test. That's first information on that report. Date, time and place of test, then description of structure and location of test. After that, description of structure and location of test, details of concrete, type of cement, cement content, type of aggregate, type of curing, age of concrete, type of compaction of concrete, forming of surface, moisture content or moisture condition of surfaces, and carbonation. I'll repeat that better so that no confusion exists. Report should say date, time and place of test, description of structure and location of test, details of concrete, type of cement, cement content, type of aggregate, type of curing, age of concrete, type of compaction of concrete, forming of surface, moisture condition of tile surface. Can you say what, type of concrete, age of concrete, type of compaction of concrete, forming of surface, moisture condition of surfaces, carbonation, state of surface, any suspected movement of concrete under testing, the direction of the test, any other factor are considered considered significant in influencing hardness ending. Now we go to chemical content. Chemical content, which we also yesterday, but a repetition is better. Sampling. It's public, otherwise I will take out the shot. In fact, I sat comfortably. Public show, I cannot do that. That's not practically correct. After all, we are civilized society. We can't do that. So I take some more water. I think water is life, and concrete is also water sometimes, because without water there is no concrete. If you don't use water, can you produce concrete? That's the question here. If I don't drink water, it's difficult for me to work. And if concrete is not given water, it cannot be called concrete. It won't be. This means water is essential for your life. And equally, water is essential for concrete. You can't add oil to concrete. You can't add fire to concrete, because this will not mix. But you can add water to concrete ingredients, and then it becomes solid material. So what a combination, you see. Okay. Chemical contents. Chemical contents. Change direction now better. You have to sit in every direction to relief. To have some relief. Chemical contents, and again I say this is concrete. So concrete, solid concrete. Concrete means not concrete admixture, but concrete solid material. Concrete specifications. It is why this is gone up. This is concrete here. Concrete talk is ongoing, and it's concrete. So concrete is concrete. My name is Chaudhary Raju. Thank you very much for joining. And I've been talking on concrete and continuing on that where yesterday I left. Chemical content, sampling. Now, engineer shall instruct depth increments. Engineer shall instruct depth increments over which dust samples are to be taken. Type of chemical testing to be carried out and quantity of sample required. Now, depth of sample shall not be less than concrete cover. This is for chemical content I am telling you. Engineer shall instruct depth increments over which dust samples are to be taken. Uh, Types of chemical testing to be carried out and quality of sample required. Depth of sample shall not be less than concrete cover to reinforcement and at least 50 mm from surface of concrete. In presence of reinforcement, chemical content shall be tested at least at 2 levels before and after depth of reinforcement from surface of concrete. To provide uniform samples of cement matrix and aggregate, 3 separate holes shall be drilled at one location. Diameter of holes shall be between 12 and 20 mm. Care shall be taken to discard material from any render or finish unless this is specifically required under investigation. Care shall be taken to ensure that dust increments are accurately measured by making drill bit. Dust samples increment shall be carefully transferred to plastic bags and sealed to avoid contamination. Each sealed bag shall be uniquely identified by sample identification and depth increment. Let us read it again because this is chemical content. Sampling we are talking. Now, engineer shall instruct depth increments over which dust samples are to be taken. Type of chemical testing to be carried out and quantity of sample required. We are going to test chemical contents of concrete actually. So depth of samples shall not be less than concrete cover. To reinforcement and at least 50 mm from surface of concrete. In presence of reinforcement, chemical content shall be tested at least at 2 levels before and after depth of reinforcement from surface of concrete. To provide uniform samples of cement matrix and aggregate, 3 separate holes shall be drilled at one location. Diameter of holes shall be between 12 and 20 mm. Care shall be taken to discard material from any render or finish unless this is specifically required under investigation. Care shall be taken to discard material from any render or finish unless this is specifically required under investigation. Oh, this is oh, this message is people are sending. Now, care shall be taken to ensure that dust increments are accurately measured by making drill bits. And care shall be taken to discard material from any render or finish unless this is specifically required under investigation. So, no render or finish means no material other than concrete requires to be taken into sample. Dust samples increments shall be carefully transferred to plastic bags and sealed to avoid contamination. Each sealed bag shall be uniquely identified by sample identification and depth increment. Laboratory testing. Residual split samples. Residual split samples of dust from field investigation shall be retained until engineer has reviewed engineer has reviewed chloride test results. Engineer may instruct that repeat tests are carried out on certain samples. Now, chloride tests of concrete dust samples shall be by an acid soluble method in accordance with BS 1881 Part 1 to 4. Results shall be reported to 2 decimal places. Sulfate testing of concrete dust samples shall be in accordance with BS 1881 Part 1 to 4 using an acid soluble methods. Now we go to protective treatments for concrete. Protective treatment for concrete. This is very important chapter, that is protective treatment of concrete. You can say which is required very much from various points of views. It is required very much because there are so many reasons for protection of concrete. Actually, protection of concrete from chemicals in soil, protection of concrete from water mobility. We call it waterproofing also sometimes, and also called protection of concrete from soil chemicals, and that is underground where foundation is concerned. Wherever foundations we install, we have to protect those foundations from chemical attacks like sulfates or so many other chemicals, and those chemicals that come in mobile form when there's water table below, and water is never stationary, though it is laminar form, not in turbulent form. It depends upon what type of soil we use. It's strata is sand soil, or it is clay soil, or it's fissured rocks. Whatever we have in foundation, water can move from one location to other, and when water moves, it doesn't move in pure form. It carries with it silt particles, clay particles, lime particles, sulfate particles, or whatever combination is available. It moves from one place to other place. It moves from one foundation to other foundation. It can move from one building to other building in through foundation, and this can impact your foundation substructure. It can move below your foundation. It can impact on sides of your foundation, your stub columns, your foundations, your foundation beams. No one can stop it because it's natural flow below soil and depends on soil mobility, and soil mobility included in water mobility. Carrier is water, mobility is soil, and therefore chemicals can move with that, and which can directly attack foundation members, which are produced by concrete and steel, and therefore we cannot say what shall happen after 5 years below this structure. If there is a change in water table, it can change because of floods, it can change because of whatever reasons, or it can drop as well. If it is clay soil, it's much more impacted upon. Means clay, which is 0.0002 mm particle size, and it's really dangerous because property of clay itself is very different, and we understand that when clay comes in contact with water, it swells, and when water is dried out, it shrinks. When it's dried out, it shrinks. In both cases, it is dangerous because when it shrinks, it loses volume, and when it expands, or you can say it's swollen, volume is increased. So it's because water cannot permeate through. Water cannot move through particles of clay. There's no connection between particles, just like water can move through soil particles, which give way. Each particle gives way to other particle, a kind of channels, internal channels are built. But when you talk of clays or black cotton soil or whatever you name it, there may be minerals in that clay, montmorillonite, kaolinite, or many other dangerous minerals which expand on coming of water, and that results in expansion of clay material. And that's why it may be clay or maybe soil, water comes in both cases. Even if soil when water reaches below foundation on sides of foundations, it can destabilize balance of soil there, or even if it's rock, fissured rock or cracked rock, and there also possible, though it's a lesser chances in that case, but even then we cannot leave it from consideration. So we can see there are two sorts of protections required for concrete from impact of chemicals, and one is foundation or substructure protection, so you can say waterproofing of that, or membrane protection, and other one is superstructure, that's above ground protection. So below ground protection, above ground protection. Above ground protection is very important because that will depends on, there may be penetration of chlorides which cause corrosion into concrete. So rapid chloride protection, we call it rapid chloride protection, I will say penetration. Rapid chloride which is responsible for causing corrosion to reinforcement inside that. So above ground protection is applied there on all concrete above plinth level, or you can say ground level. That's above ground concrete protection, and below ground concrete protection is applied where it is part of substructure foundations. This is my experience, and I am going to what this book says, what it says, that we have to understand now what does it mean by protection. Here this is protective treatment for concrete, and protective treatment for concrete general scope, references, submittals, quality assurance, pre-installation and coordination, delivery, storage and handling, protection, general requirements for all type treatments, and final inspection, epoxy coating, general surface preparations, materials application, waterproof membrane, general materials, waterproof membrane application, penetrative primer, general material surface preparation application, protective coating, general surface preparations, materials applications, plastic sheet, line for concrete structures, general, sharp drawings and submittals. Then liner material requirements, plastic sheet, line strip properties, and basic sheet dimensions, liner details and installation, testing requirements, special requirements, joints in lining for in situ concrete structures. Then testing and repairing damaged surfaces. So corrective treatment of concrete now we're talking of is going to general of this. Well, I think this chapter will help us understand what actually they want to do for that, but we understood the experience. They explain to you how to provide in foundation, application of protection membrane, cold applied or hot by both. Generally cold application is done where there is plant areas, there is expression of chances of fire explosion. If there is no chances of fire explosion, you can use hot, or you can say electric or application. Don't trust that. Just now production treatment for concrete general. So this part covers materials and application requirements for coatings for concrete surfaces, including epoxy coatings, waterproof membranes, penetrative primers, protective coatings and treatments for specialist applications where there is a harsh environment. Now required section parts are as follows. That is general. Right, now we say References. Following standards are reference referred to this part. There are so many references, no problem. We will read one by one so that at least we know what sort of codes are applicable to that. These are all codes actually. The references means the various codes, international codes, and it's better if you know them. We cannot go through each and every code, but at least you should have title knowledge of that code. And whichever you use, almost all are same. There is no difference in that. Maybe something is missing in one, it's available in other one, or something available in other one is missing in this one. This could be a possibility. So now ASTM D412 test methods for vulcanized rubbers and thermoplastic elastomers tension. ASTM D543 test method for resistance of plastics to chemical reagents. ASTM D570 test method for water absorption of plastics. Then ASTM D570 test method for water absorption of plastics. After that, ASTM D638 test method for tensile properties of plastic material. Then ASTM D746 test method for brittleness, temperature of plastics and elastomers by impact. ASTM D882 test method for tensile properties of thin plastic sheeting. Then it is ASTM D1000 test method for pressure sensitive adhesive coated tapers used for electrical and electronic applications. That is adhesive coated pressure sensitive adhesive coating tapes used for electrical and electronic applications. Okay, then ASTM D1000 test method for pressure sensitive adhesion coated tapes used for electrical and electronic applications. Then ASTM D1004 test method for initial Then it is test method for initial test resistance of plastic film and sheeting. That is ASTM D104. Then ASTM D541 test method for put off strength of concrete using portable adhesion testers. And ASTM E96 test methods for water vapor transmission of materials. Okay, now because I'm going through this, I keep speaking ASTM D1004 because I was thinking something else. Test method of initial tear resistance of plastic film and sheeting. Then ASTM D4541 test method for plug plus It's not a wow. Let's say that's matter for initial tear resistance of plastic film and sheeting, that is E1004. Then ASTM D4541 test method for pull-off strength of coating using portable adhesion testers. Then test method for water vapor transmission of materials and test method of pull-off strength of coating using portable adhesion testers and test method for water vapor retarders using Alright then my friends, test method for water vapor transmission of materials and the ASTM E154 test method for water vapor retarders used in contact with earth. I am very slow on this and union is a under concrete slabs on walls or as ground slogan BS1881 testing concrete and BSEN 12350 testing fresh concrete. Now, Syria technical note. Syria is very important note, and that is protection of reinforcement concrete by surface treatment and ISO 9000. You know very well quality management and quality assurance standards and requirement standards. And ISO 9001 quality system model for quality assurance in designs and development. Like this. So submittals. All these require submittals first of all. What is submittal here? We'll see. Anyways, right, let's review our so submittals. Concrete shall submit contractors shall submit manufacturer's specifications, installation instructions and other data to show compliance with requirements of this part of specification and contract documents. Protective treatment of concrete. Now, contractor shall submit samples of all materials to be used on works before delivery of material to site. Samples of membrane, this is natural, you have to get approval of all materials, so its form is filled and samples if available is also attached, and you have to write everything on that. I'll show you that if I have that, I'll show you that form. Contractor shall submit samples of all materials to be used in works before delivery of materials to site. Samples of membrane waterproofing shall be 300 mm square. Samples of liquid component shall be a minimum of 1 liter. Now, contract shall submit samples of all materials to use in works before delivery of metal site, and samples of membrane waterproofing shall be 300 square. Samples of liquid components shall be a minimum of 1 liter. Now, contract shall submit comprehensive test results. So, contract shall submit comprehensive test results for protective coating system as per a test in specification which shall clearly indicate whether values are mean values measured in current production or minimum values which property does not fall below. A contract shall clearly state the chemical composition of materials and process by which protection is given to concrete. Addition to test methods identified in this clause of this specification, engineer may require contractors to carry out further tests to different standards. If contractor wishes to propose a material which has been tested to alternate standards, contractor shall submit correlation test showing comparable values of two test methods. These test results shall be comprehensive, giving full details of sample conditioning, preparation, method of test, criteria for assessment, and contractor shall submit comprehensive information of previous applications of material in similar conditions and environments. This information shall include project name, type or grade of materials used, quantity of materials used, and name of client, name of consultant, name of contractor. If requested by engineer, contractor shall supply contact details of client, consultant or contractor where material was previously installed. Contractor shall submit a guarantee. Contractor shall submit a guarantee for protective coating system and workmanship. Guarantee shall be worded to reflect required performance of material. Required performance of material. Again, light is gone. This is problem here. So it said guarantee shall be worded to include phrase, contractor shall at convenience of employer effect all repairs and replacements necessary to remedy defects, all to complete satisfaction of engineer. See, it's already 5:88, so it is gone. Let me see if the light comes or not, because it's difficult to sit without light. Yesterday it happened, today it happened, now it's about 6. However, so I read again, this is important, because contractor shall submit a guarantee for protective coating system. Again, I am just explaining to you. Contractor shall submit a guarantee for protective coating system and workmanship. Guarantee shall be worded to reflect required performance of material and be approved by engineer. Guarantee shall be worded to include phrase, contractor shall at convenience of employer effect all repairs and replacements necessary to remedy defects, all to complete satisfaction of engineer. Unless stated otherwise in contract, specific documentation Performance guarantee shall be for a period of 10 years. This is important point. Unless stated otherwise in contract. Specific documentation. Performance guarantee shall be for a period of 10 years except for penetrative primer, which shall be for a period of 5 years. Now, use of alternatives may be considered by engineers. Alternatives means other materials. Now, if contractor wishes to propose such systems, a technical submission shall be made which shall include a comprehensive justification giving an explanation of why proposed system is equivalent or superior to one designated. It's called alternative submission actually. Quality assurance now. Quality assurance in the protective coating system. Protective coating system shall be supplied by manufacturer who is certified to ISO 9000 series of quality standards, and contractor shall submit to engineer a copy of ISO 9000 series certificate that clearly states scope of certification. Means it's the certificate required from not ISO 9000 agent of ISO 9000, because ISO 9000 institution does not certify anything. It authorizes certain agencies to work on its behalf, but this certification does not come from ISO 9000. It's from that agency which supervises. So this is clarification on this, because ISO 9000 does not issue any certification to anybody. It issues standards, it finalizes standards of quality. It does not issue certification of compliance. Certification of compliance issued by those registered bodies which are registered by ISO 9000, and those are competent for this. We have to be clear about that. There's some confusion. Everybody is ISO certified. No one is ISO certified, but ISO compliant. Or certificate is given by that agency which supervises or which surveillances your audits you. So protective coating system shall be supplied by a manufacturer who provides technical assistance on suitability for application and installation for material. So protective coating system to be supplied by manufacturer who provides technical assistance on suitability of application and installation for material. For initial use of material on site, contractor shall arrange for technical representative of manufacturers to be present to demonstrate correct use of materials. Now, protective coating system shall be applied by a contractor or subcontractor or applicator, you can say, who is certified. Again, same thing, certified means they write wrong everywhere. Means protective coating system shall be applied by a contractor or a subcontractor who is applicator and authorized by agency under ISO 9000 series of quality standards. The contractor shall submit to engineer a copy of ISO 9000 certificate. Again, same of an applicator, I said, certificate that clearly states that scope of certification. Engineer may permit use of applicator who is not certified. Okay, if applicator works to a quality system that's approved by engineer. Now, works shall be executed by an approved specialist, subcontractor having a minimum of 5 years successful experience in installation of specified materials. Now say, so if applicator works to quality system that is approved by engineer. Now, works shall be executed by an approved specialist subcontractors having a minimum of 5 years successful experience in installation. Okay, then put something on me. Work shall be carried out Work shall be executed by approved specialist, subcontractor having a minimum of 5 years experience, successful experience in installation of specified materials. Only tradesmen experienced with installation of materials specified shall be employed or used. Now, pre-installation coordination. Pre-installation coordination. I am talking about concrete. Again, I am saying this is concrete talk, or maybe slip of that, so that people will know what I am talking about. Concrete talk. This is concrete talk. My computer here is remote. Concrete is. Installation and coordination. After approval of materials and before installation, a pre-work conference with engineer shall be held at site. This meeting shall be attended by representatives of engineer, contractor, subcontractor, and manufacturer. Then you can say pre-installation after approval of materials and before installation, a pre-work conference with engineer shall be held at site. Meeting shall be attended by representatives of engineers, contractors, subcontractor, and manufacturer. So parties shall be what? Let's see, my fan ceiling fence requires to be unnecessary. It's there in another room and it's no use if it works. Let us see that stops there. And if light comes to continue. So still lightly raining, regular like raining. No chance of light. No chance of light here. What to do? I can't help it. Every day it happens. Well, we continue our system. Work quite hold on. As much as I can, I shall do. So I do it again. Parties shall review drawings, specifications, and approved materials. Simple means parties shall review drawings, of course, contractor and applicator reviews drawings, specifications, and approved materials. Of course, engineer is full right and correct conflicts, if any, between approvals and specification requirements. Examine site conditions, including inspection of substrata, material levels, and methods of storing materials. Review installation procedures and scheduling. Review protection methods for finished work from other trades. Before applying coating system to permanent works, contractors shall carry out a small trial of quoting system for review and approval by engineer. Delivery, storage and handling now. Delivery, storage, handling. This is regarding this waterproof membrane. Material shall be delivered original of course, tightly sealed containers or unopened packages, all clearly labeled with manufacturer's name, brand name and number and batch number of materials where appropriate. Materials and equipment shall be stored as directed in a neat and safe manner. Alright then. So again message, I think this man has a disease. Anil Kumar Weiss sending nonsense messages, good morning and good evening. Other than that, there's nothing, no question, nothing. Just good morning, that's all. Well, storage areas, it says materials and equipment shall be stored as directed in a neat and safe manner. Of course, neat and safe manner is a must. And storage area shall comply with manufacturer's requirement. Yes, and manufacturer requirements with regard to shade, ventilation, and temperature. Shade, then ventilation and temperature limits, and shall be located from all sources of excess heat. You can't store their heat naturally. It is a waterproof membrane made bituminous material. Sparks, heat, excessive heat or sparks or open flame. Now, containers of liquid material shall not be left open at any time in storage area. The materials not conforming to these requirements will be rejected. Simple. Rejected. Even though it's imported, it will be rejected. Materials not conforming to these requirements are excessive, all sources, located away from all sources of excessive heat, sparks, or open affairs. Containers of liquid material shall not be left open at any time in storage area. Materials not conforming to these requirements will be rejected by engineer. Materials not conforming to these requirements shall be rejected by engineer and shall be removed from site and replaced with approved material. It's a big question mark. Nobody allows that chance to come because this expensive material and this imported one may be not locally available at that time they are working. Depends on, however, its specification. What can I do? Or materials not conforming to these requirements will be rejected by engineer and shall be removed from site and replaced with approved materials. Now, contractor shall deliver material to site in ample time to avoid delay in job progress, and at such times as it permits proper coordination of various parts. Protection. Contact is a protection system. Protection system installation. Contractor shall protect protection system installation from damage during construction period, so that it will be without an indication of abuse, defects or damage at time of completion. Contractor shall protect building or structure from damage resulting from spillage, dripping and dropping of materials. Contractor shall prevent any materials from running into and clogging drain. No waste materials should go to drains and clog them. All right, now. No wind. No light. No. When there's no wind, should light supplied. I don't know why these electrical guys are doing. So materials of plant shall not be stored in the newly constructed floor without permission of engineer. And it says that contractor shall prevent any material from running into and clogging drains. And this will be safe. Material and plant shall not be stored on any newly constructed. See? So material and plant shall not be stored on any newly constructed floor without permission of engineer. I think it's good time. Materials and plants shall not be stored on any newly constructed floor without permission of engineer. Impervious membranes shall be laid as protection. Yes. Impervious membranes shall be laid as protection to all concrete surfaces in contact with soil. This is below ground, When you say soil, it's of course below ground, and it's called impervious membrane because this bituminous membranes are not pervious. These are impervious, so it's called impervious membrane shall be laid as protection to all concrete surfaces in contact with soil and shall consist of tanking. Actually, this is called tanking or similar accepted material based on soil investigation report. All foundations shall be provided with protection such as epoxy coatings or similar other accepted equivalents so that concrete is not exposed to harmful effects of soil, chlorides, etc. Now, general requirements for all treatments. Now, protective treatments shall be applied where designated Alright, it's better than before. Let me. General requirements. Protective treatment shall be applied where designated in contract specific documents. This is number one. That is general requirement for all treatments. Protective treatment shall be applied where designated in contract specifications, contract documents. All product reporting systems shall be used, shall be applied strictly in accordance with manufacturer's recommendations. Contractor shall take all necessary precautions. Okay, we go further. General requirements for all treatments. Protective treatment shall be applied where designated in contract specification documents. And all protective coating systems to be used shall be applied strictly in accordance with manufacturer's recommendations, which are written on method statements of manufacturer or data sheet of their websites. You can see that it must be somewhere and you have to comply with that, otherwise there will be no guarantee because this is warranted. A contractor shall take all necessary precautions against fire and other hazards during delivery, storage and installation of flammable materials. Now specified herein are and complying any regulations, you can say that was installation of film materials specified herein and comply any regulations imposed by Civil Defense Department of Ministry of Interior in respect of storage and use of hazardous materials required under this section. I repeat this is not original one. Then you can say contractor shall take all necessary precautions, again I am reading, against fire and other hazards during delivery, storage and installation of flammable materials. Alright. Specified herein and comply any regulation imposed by Civil Defense Department of Ministry of Interior in respect of storage and use of hazardous materials required under this section, and this comes under safety, health, environment. Then we can say engineer shall specify required final color of coating and contractor shall submit samples showing color before ordering materials. Final inspection. Upon completion of installation, an inspection shall be made by a representative of material manufacturer in order to ascertain that system has been properly installed. Now epoxy coating. Now one more thing is here which I think they forgot to mention. In many cases this waterproof membrane installed yet it requires further protection. When you backfill or do something like that, the stones and backfill means this layer itself is further protected by a certain method. That could be skin one or block one, or this could be some ply sheets, something when you backfill this foundation. Backfill is when you start backfilling. The whole backfilling, before at least 50% areas. I think there was something. Okay, now we'll go further. What I said that you need further protection of this layer in interest of job, otherwise this layer itself shall be in problem in future because of punctures of stones, or when you use compactor while backfilling, it can impact that if there's say the stone is in touch with that surface and you do further backfilling on outside. Inside now. This future I'll say further form. Okay, then we say epoxy coating. Epoxy coating. So that protection I told you can take that protection by, I can say by some thin ply and also while backfilling, and also you can take some flexible board as well, I think, or then some coating shall be a decorative epoxy coating. I'm talking now in concrete itself. I should say I'm talking epoxy coating being we are talking epoxy coating, which is much more valuable and much more stronger than something else. General in epoxy coating 629, 620, so it doesn't matter. I'll continue. Let me do something on this because it's pending for long and I have to start other one. On coating, this coating, epoxy coating, shall be decorative, flexible, high solids. Decorative, flexible, high solids. Epoxy polyurethane coating. Polyurethane coating applied in 2 coats to a dry film thickness of 200 micrometer minimum. I repeat, coating shall be decorative, flexible, high solids, high solids, epoxy polyurethane coating applied in 2 coats of 2 dry film thickness of 200 micrometer means minimum. Alright, now surface preparation for this epoxy coating surface preparation. Surface of concrete shall be free from oil, grease, loose particles, decayed matter, moss or algae growth. In general, curing compounds. I understand what I'm saying? Understand this. It's the important point because you have to prepare surface, and if surface is having oil, you have some grease, it's having it's very interesting, believe me. We are not realizing the fact that you have to clean surface around the soil. Maybe blowholes are there, and another thing about that simply, it's not simply I'm reading from that. I think as solvents, what you should do. It's like method you have to think how to do that, and without that method application, you can't do that. Simply the specification. The specification doesn't mean method statement. The specification is a direction only, is a guidance only. But apply your mind, apply your will how to do that. So it requires that this surface should be free from oil and grease and loose particles. Or maybe there's oil on that, and loose particles of concrete, latents or decayed matter. Then moss or algae growth and shallow compound all surfaces. Contamination and surface related shall be removed by high pressure water jetting or sweep blasting. Sweep blasting or water jetting, the solution of that is subtracting the blasting, sweep blasting and water jetting. Water jetting is also very good. You have to spend quantity of water under pressure, and this sweep blasting means blasting like sand blasting, sweep blasting, aerobatic surface. Blowholes and blowholes and blowholes, you say blower, and areas of substantial pitting shall then be filled with a solvent-free thixotropic epoxy resin fair coat. Understand? Blowholes means which are created holes during process. Blowholes So what to do? Below holes, substantial pitting to fill with isotropic epoxy resin film coat. Mixing and application of this coat shall be in accordance with product manufacturer's recommendation as isotropic epoxy resin. You have to bring that into, it's like a primer and then coat on that. So you have to apply that solvent. Maybe two system, two parts it could be. There's a resin and there's a hardener on that, possibly. Depends on thing like that. Then we'll find where surface cracking is apparent. Surface cracking is apparent. 3 cracks, these cracks shall be changed by an approved mechanical means. Now, process is very complicated actually. Says that where surface cracking is apparent, these cracks shall be chased. Now you will chase those cracks if that creates by an approved mechanical means to a depth of crack. Isotropic epoxy resin shall be applied using a trowel, scraper of filling knife, ensuring that all right. So again I read for you what to do in this, because this is very imaginary, but on your site you have to work with your arrange of this material. It's not easy activity. Means you have to bring something required, then something on that required. So we have to understand completely before what I do not draw. Where surface cracking, as I said, apparent, these cracks shall be chased. You have to chase them and chased by an approved mechanical means. Whatever means you have, possibly you may have grinder, small, or something else, because it's concrete, to depth of crack, maybe 3 mm, 4 mm, how much it is. A thixotropic oxygen, thixotropic. No problems, we can here. A thixotropic, you may be thinking I am somewhere else. No, I am not somewhere else. I'm just thinking how to do the method statement, because method statements is always very important for such items, where you have to think yourself, you have to comply with specifications of that material. In thixotropic epoxy resin shall be applied using a trowel and ground scraper of filling knife, and ensuring that fulfill compression in nitrogen compression. So, a thixotropic epoxy shall be applied using a trowel, scraper or filling knife. Okay, so a minimum period of wait a minute, thixotropic epoxy shall be applied using trowel, scraper or filling knife, ensuring that full composition is applied on CS section. So we can say then you have to fill knife using knife, ensuring that full compaction is achieved into chase. Material that is filled in chase should be compacted, and those very small process, very small item but very complicated one, and you need to direct attention on that. Providing a flush finish. Flush means just like in WC. Now, says when it's flush finish concrete surface with concrete surface, a minimum period of 24 hours shall be allowed before applying any subsequent protective coating. So 24 hours period means not automatically. Minimum period 24 hours shall be allowed before applying any subsequent protective coating system. Now materials we have to apply on this subject. That is very descriptive and we have to take care of that. So it was a preparation only. And this protection now is a preparation now. Material to apply. External above ground, external above ground coating materials. This is now above ground talking, not below ground. External above ground coating materials shall provide protection against chlorides and carbonation and be UV and abrasion resistant. Try to get what we are talking of in this item. This item is talking many things at one point, It's talking of external above ground coating material. External above ground means superstructure. It means coating materials shall provide protection against chlorides and carbonation and be UV and abrasion resistant. So you have to protect against chlorides, against carbonation and ultraviolet and abrasion resistant. Above ground coating shall be applied over below ground coating, certainly, and shall continue for a minimum of 150 mm above ground level. So if we move on to this item, maybe you are feeling very bored, no problem, you can feel bored. Item is like that, what can I do? So this is the background. Maybe you have experience on site, I am not sure. Epoxy coating shall be ultraviolet stable first of all. Finished coating shall be pinhole free. Pinhole should not be there. Pinhole free and have a total minimum dry film thickness of 200 micro. 200 micrometer is 200 into 10 to power 6 meters. 200 10 to power 6, or I mean to say 10 to power minus 6, sorry. 200 divided by 10 to power 6, 10, 1 is 6 zeros, this means you take 6 zeros and 2 zeros are gone from this, 200, so 4 zeros are balanced, so if you divide 4 zeros, then 0.0000002, right? 0.0002 meters or 0.00 meter, 2 meters. So materials used in coating system shall comply with following requirements. What are the requirements now? These requirements that manufacturer has to fulfill if this material is accepted. This must be made a part of submission or comparative statement. This is what we read in the submittal. That's very important. And this is a descriptive submission. There are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think 11 requirements on this. Let us see what are these. This is an interesting one. Solid contents greater than 85% on this coating. This is solid content is 85%. So this looks to be stronger. Then service temperature is minus 20 to 70 degrees, which means a range of variation of 90 degrees Celsius. Minus 20 to 70. Minus 70 is total range is 90. Minus 20 to plus 70. You can say what service it can use. It can be used where temperature is minus 20 degrees as well as it can work where it's 70 degrees Celsius. This means from minus temperature, freezing, below freezing temperature to highest temperature. 70 degrees means where you can say heat, like flooring, hot flooring, maybe in airports or in warehouses or somewhere, or you can some chemical plants, battery rooms, where temperature of flooring will be high, or walls may be high, or you can some refractory areas. You may say our temperature can be up 70 degrees, or you can say it can be ovens, chimneys, like that means it can be. So let us understand like this is temperature 70 degrees given where applications could be. Now tensile strength according to DIN, this 53504, tensile strength 4 MPa, 4 MPa, 4 Newton per meter square. Then resistance against crack, resistance against crack. Let me see which file I can close here. My scanning is scanning is done. The scanning is right. Close this file. Right, to keep button on this. Okay, now fully charged. Alright, now I'm saying that let's think of it's just thinking as requirements. It says resistance against crack 6 MPa, tensile strength is 4 MPa, lesser than resistance against crack DIN 53515, 6 MPa. Adhesion to concrete. Adhesion to concrete means grip between concrete and this material, this coating. Adhesion to concrete according to ASTM D 4541, that is greater than 3.5 MPa. Greater than 3.5 MPa means around 4 MPa should be. So as tensile strength it should be like that only. Compressive strength, ASTM D695 compressive strength. This is 90 MPa. 90 MPa neat reason. 90 MPa, big one. Neat reason, that is compressive strength. It gets compressive strength of 90 MPa value. And tensile elongation, as elongation, how long it extended or pulled, that's ASTM D638, 6 to 8% neat reason. 6 to 8% it can be elongated, it can be pulled. 6 to 8%, not much. It's much stronger. It's weaker, you can say, in tensile strength. Much stronger in compression. That's why it's weak in tension, elongation. If you take water absorption, how much water can it absorb? MILD 24613 nil. It cannot absorb water. This means it cannot also transfer water. So this is water proof, you can say. It does not allow any water through it. It cannot absorb water. This means it cannot allow water to flow through this. Abrasion resistance, abrasion, abrasion or erosion resistance, ASTMC 501 is 50 mg, 50 milligram, micro 50 mg, and then compressive strength, ASTMC 579, 97 MPa at 7 days. So set 90 PA on that day, and on 7 days it is 97 MPa. Thermal efficiency or thermal coefficient of expansion, thermal coefficient of expansion is ASTM C531, 46.8 into 10 to power minus 6. 47 point expansion is called thermal coefficient of expansion by heat. How much can it expand? This means is that 46.8 into 10 to power minus 6 millimeter per millimeter per degree Celsius. So this is thermal coefficient of expansion, means 46.8 divided by 10 to power 6. If you see it's too small, 0.00000 like that. And now application of this. So there are 11 properties, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. First property is solid content. I just repeat. First property is solid content 85% or more. Surface temperature is minus 20 plus 70 degrees Celsius. Third is tensile strength, that's 4 MPa. Resistance against crack at 6 MPa. Adhesion to concrete is greater than 3.5 MPa. Compressive strength is 90 MPa. 90 MPa near resin, neat resin, and it is tensile elongation is 6 to 8%. Neat resin, and water absorption is nil. Abrasion resistance is 50 mg. Compressive strength is 97 MPa on 7 days, and thermal coefficient of expansion is 46.8 into 10 to power minus 6 mm per degree Celsius. These types of detailed study we have to do to understand what is quality, what is requirement. You cannot simply run like the don't rate this and let manufacture. No. We have to. If we suppose want to do some other material, we have to comply with this requirement. If we want to make some alternative solution, we have to meet this requirement. Otherwise, we cannot make that. So we have to go into such depth. Otherwise, there is no meaning. That's only reason, because this is concrete. I am trying to reflect what concrete is all about. Simply concrete doing on site is not concrete. All these are concrete. Related to concrete application. Now, where required by engineer, trial areas not exposed in finished work shall first be treated using selected material. Where required by engineer, trial areas not exposed in finished work shall first be treated using selected material. Now, exposed concrete surface, exposed concrete surfaces as defined in documents or as agreed with engineer shall be treated with material. Coating shall be applied by spray, roller or brush. You have a choice. The option is spray, roller or brush to achieve a finish acceptable to engineer. Now, in all operations of storage, mixing, implication, all operations of storage, mixing and application, contractor is to comply with health and safety recommendations of manufacturer and governing authorities. Safety and health, HSE and environments. Waterproofing membrane. This was epoxy coating. Now we are going to talk about waterproofing membrane. General, what is that? If we understand concrete like this in details, it will give you a lot of input because concrete technology is very vibrant, and if you can produce concrete as expected, complete quality of system can change. Subpart. This subpart is called waterproof membrane. General, it's written subpart, so this is subpart. Let me put one fan off so that I will just get a little hot. So let me use one fan currently for my legs, because, and let me take some water also. That water is over into the big cool water, normal water. This subpart covers use of waterproof membrane. Use of waterproof membrane. Still concrete is going on, so I'm just telling it's concrete is going on. I haven't changed yet. I think there's small chance I will change. I cannot say, can't guarantee anything today. It's already it's about 7 o'clock. I think let me go as much as I can go concrete. That's better because concrete is technical and much more knowledge giver. There is no strict change in concrete technology. It's every day getting stronger, competently stronger. So subpart covers use of waterproof membrane for general protection to buried concrete. Now, where indicated on drawings or directed by engineer, concrete in contact with ground shall be protected by preformed, flexible, self-adhesive bituminous type membrane. It's talking about. Read again. Where indicated on drawings or directed by engineer, concrete in contact with ground shall be protected by a preformed, flexible, self-adhesive bituminous type membrane. Laying, lapping and sealing of membrane shall be in accordance with manufacturer's instructions. Now, what is material involved? Stocking contact the ground, generally on blinding concrete or somewhere else in, you can say, toilet areas, wet areas. You have to protect concrete, let's also use there, but in different forms. So what I'm saying is, material shall be an externally applied waterproof membrane, externally applied waterproof membrane, and an impervious one, impervious, cold applied, flexible laminated sheet, cold applied, flexible laminated sheet consisting of multi-layer, high-density, cross-laminated polyethylene film with a backing of self-adhesive rubber bitumen compound protected with silicone-coated release paper. See specification, what a beautiful definition. Material shall be an externally applied waterproof membrane. Right? Externally applied waterproof membrane shall be an impervious, no way water can pass through. Cold applied means can be applied also in plants areas or facilities areas where there are chances of heat, the chances of fire, because there no torch application is permitted. So shall be an impervious, cold applied without using any torch, it can be applied. Flexible laminated sheet, flexible laminated sheet consisting of multi-layers, high density, cross laminated. These layers are cross laminated, consisting of multi-layer, high density, cross laminated polyethylene film. Cross laminated polyethylene film with a backing of self-adhesive rubber, bitumen compound protected with silicone coated release paper. Once you get this kind of item nomenclature, you'll keep on thinking what is this. But this is only construction, how they construct is only explanation of that. Nothing very specific in this. All it's saying is, material shall be externally applied waterproof. Membrane shall be an impervious, cold applied, means you can apply with brush or whatever, no need of heating that. Means cold applied, flexible laminated sheet and consists of multi-layer. That sheet they have multi-layers and multi-layer high density cross laminated. Those are also cross laminated polyethylene films. So polyethylene films are there, many layers, and you completely take each. So what it says, cross-laminated polyethylene film with a backing of self-adhesive rubber bitumen. These cross polyethylene films are back of self-adhesive rubber bitumen compound protected with silicone coated release paper. Silicone coated, beautiful. Primer for sheet membrane. What is the other? As recommended by manufacturer of sheet membrane, this is what we defined sheet membrane. Now, protection board, that's what I was talking about. Provide a minimum 6 mm thick asphalt protection board manufactured from selected aggregates selected aggregates bound in modified bitumen encased between two layers of strengthened asphalt paper. Bituminous material shall be a minimum of 1 mm thick and membrane shall be capable of bridging crack width in substrata up to 0.6 mm wide. So this is how I talk on the ground. What is said? First we define this membrane. Again I say metal shall be an externally applied waterproof membrane, an impervious cold applied flexible laminated sheet consisting of impervious cold applied flexible laminated sheet which consists of multi-layer high density cross laminated polyethylene film with the backing of self-adhesive rubber bitumen compound protected with silicone coated release paper. Now primer for sheet membrane shall be as recommended below products recommended manufacturers recommendations. Now production body said provide a minimum 6 mm thick asphalt protection board manufactured from selected aggregates bound in modified bitumen encased between two layers of strengthened asphalt paper. Bituminous material shall be minimum 1 mm thick and membrane shall be capable of bridging crack widths in substrata up to 0.6 mm wide. Now waterproof membrane. Material shall be suitable for use in Gulf region. That's the first requirement because this specification from Qatar. Material shall be suitable for disregarding waterproof membrane. Material shall be suitable for use in Gulf region. Compound shall be specially formulated for hot climates and shall have proven experience in Middle East. Now, waterproofing materials shall conform to standards detailed in Table 14.1. 14.1 Waterproof membrane property requirements. There are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rows and 3 columns. In one it is property, in second it is standard, and in third is value. Now, property is elongation, film, tear resistance, adjacent to primed concrete, elongation, compound, puncture resistance, water resistance, environmental resistance, moisture, vapor transmission, water vapor transmission, and moisture vapor transmission data, and minimum thickness. So what say I will say in standards for elongation film, it is standard ASTM D638 and value is longitudinal 210%, 210%, and transfer is 160%. This is elongation film. This is now in STM D638 is longitudinal 21%. Then second one is tear resistance, which is ASTM D1004. Tear resistance is throw like this, and this is elongation is next, expansion you can say pull it, and tear is like you tear paper. So it is ASTM D1004 Longitudinal is 340 MPa, that is tear resistance, and transverse is 31 MPa is leg 1. Now adhesion to primed concrete, yes, adhesion to primed concrete. So what I say, adhesion to primed concrete, adhesion means sticking power. Adhesion we call because concrete is one material and this other material, and two metals stick together, that's called adhesion. And two same metals is all cohesion, so it is adhesion. ASTM D1000 1.8 MPa, and elongation compound for ASTM same D1000 1.8 MPa, and puncture resistance, puncture means how much can resist while being punctured, and that is ASTM E154, and it is 220 Newton over 65 mm. 220 Newton over 65 mm. Now this puncture resistance. Now then water resistance, it is ASTM D570, and value is after 24 hours 0.14%, after 35 days 0.95%, so even after 35 days is 0.95%. So white water resistance is this much, and water resistance is 24 hours 0.14%, means only that much water is resisted. More than environmental resistance, ASTM D543 is not indicated here, but moisture vapor transmission rate, moisture vapor transmission rate, ASTM E96 0.3 gram per meter square 24 hours, moisture vapor transmission rate, and minimum thickness is 1 mm. This is about the sheet that we talked of, waterproof membrane. Now let's go to previously we read it was that it was waterproof membrane is continuous. Now we go to application. What application states. Application means waterproofing membranes placed on vertical concrete faces shall be protected by preformed asphalt board. Now protection is talking about. Protection. Waterproofing membranes are just discussed, placed on vertical concrete faces, it shall be protected by preformed asphalt board. Board shall be bonded onto position with high quality solvent bond contact adhesive based on polychloroprene rubber. Board shall be bonded onto position with high quality solvent borne contacts adhesive based on polychloroprene rubber. Contractor shall coordinate installation of waterproofing membrane with flow drains, equipment bases, and other adjacent works and mask adjacent work to prevent soil mark. Areas where waterproofing is applied shall be protected from all traffic, and where necessary, backfilling All damage to finished portions of waterproofing membrane shall be either repaired or replaced or both in a manner acceptable to engineer. Now, it's now penetrative primer. Penetrative primer. General. System shall be a penetrating hydrophobic treatment. Penetrating hydrophobic treatment that protects concrete from both water and chloride intrusions while permitting water vapor transmission. Treatment shall significantly reduce absorption of water and water-borne salts, but treatment shall significantly reduce absorption of water and water-borne salt, but allow transmission of water vapor from substrata. Treatment shall not produce any discoloration of substrata and shall have excellent resistance to weathering. This is penetrative primer. Penetrate, you know meaning of penetration? Primer means system shall be a penetrating hydrophobic treatment that protects concrete from both water and chloride intrusion while performing water vapor transmission. Okay, manipulative primer is very important item. Uh, I'll just repeat it for your information because it's an important one. Thinking is also important here. This is chemical after all. Very important chemical for RCC. System shall be a penetrating hydrophobic treatment that protects concrete from both water and chloride intrusion. Water and chloride intrusion. Chloride is also very important here. You have to understand that point because chloride can cause corrosion to steel. Penetration chlorides are important when we can say, and if we can protect from both water and chlorides, and corrosion is also reduced while permitting water vapor transmission. Now, treatment shall significantly reduce absorption of water and water-borne salts, but allows transmission of water vapor from substrata. Treatment shall not produce any discoloration of substrata and shall have excellent resistance to weathering. weathering, effect of atmosphere and that. Now material shall be low viscosity. Now material shall be low viscosity silane siloxane. Silane siloxane system. Low viscosity means it's high flowing because of low viscosity, and it can be applied with brush in the case. It says that material shall be a low viscosity silane siloxane system. Silane siloxane system which penetrates deeply into porous substance and reacts to produce a bonded hydrophobic lining to pores. Means it penetrates into surface, and surface wherever is applied, and you know reacts to produce a bonded hydrophobic lining to pores. Material shall be a low viscosity silane siloxane. Low viscosity siloxane system which penetrates deeply into porous substrata and reacts to produce a bonded hydrophobic lining to pores. Material shall be resistant to petrol, see, resistant to petrol, oil and atmospheric contaminants as can exhaust fumes and so metal shall be resistant to petrol, oil and atmospheric contaminants such as car exhaust fumes and industrial exhaust. Now surface preparation application now comes in. That's an important point. Application of surface, I think 724. How much I can move for you to see? 3:45, about 15 minutes more. So surface preparation. Surface shall be dry. Surface shall be dry, free from oil and grease. Free from oil and grease, loose particles, decayed matter. There should be no loose particles and there should be no decayed material. There should be no algae growth and curing compounds. All these should be free of. So it should be dry surface. There should be no oil, free from oil and greases. No loose particles and decayed matter, algae growth and curing compounds. That should be not there. That's we have to prepare like that. If concrete surface is neatly cast, and has very smooth finish, surface shall be roughened by sand or grit blasting. Water blasting or some mechanical means. Engineer shall decide if this means of preparation is required. Moss or algae, algae, you can say, growth on surface shall be removed using a proprietary fungicidal wash. So algae growth on surface shall be removed using a proprietary fungicidal wash in accordance with manufacturer's recommendations. Concrete finish required shall be completed before application of treatment. So concrete repair shall be complete before application of treatment. Concrete finishing repairs. Cracks of width greater than 0.2 mm. Now, cracks of width greater than 0.2 mm, 0.2 mm shall be filled in accordance with manufacturer's recommendations. Now, these are proprietary methods only, but these are important ones because the silicon is very important material. And now application is unless directed otherwise by engineer, treatment shall be applied a minimum period of 24 hours after wet curing period. And shall be surface dry. On application, then unless directed by engineer, unless directed otherwise by engineer, treatment shall be applied a minimum period of 24 hours after wet curing period applied. Okay, unless directed otherwise by engineer, treatment shall be applied a minimum period of 24 hours after wet curing period and shall be surface dry. This is number one. Number two is contractor shall carry out tests to verify depth of penetration of material. These tests shall be carried out on specimens of actual mixed design and shall use colored dyes to trace penetration of material. Okay, then you see further. Now, contractor shall carry out a test to verify depth of penetration of material. This test shall be carried out on specimens of actual mixed design and use colored dyes to trace penetration of material. Then, where fine cracking has occurred in concrete at a width not greater than 0.3 mm for reinforced concrete and 0.2 mm for water retaining structure, and additional 4 stripe coats of treatment shall be applied before main treatment. Then you can say this is another statement as I said just now. Repeat that. So technical is repeat is a must in technical statements where fine cracking has occurred. Fine cracking has occurred means in concrete at a width not greater than 0.3 mm for reinforced concrete and 0.2 mm for water retaining structures. Additional four strip course of treatment shall be applied before main treatment. Application of material on surfaces shall be by a low pressure. Then it is, application of material on surfaces shall be by a low pressure spray. Low pressure spray direct from can. Under no circumstances should thinning of material be carried out. So low pressure spray is recommended here. So the material should not go waste. Rate of application shall ensure that surface is completely saturated. Impregnated coating shall be applied to two or more flood coats, and that is impregnated coating shall be applied to two or more flood coats. Each flood coat shall be a minimum of 0.4 liter per meter square. Let us read it. Rate of application shall ensure that surface is completely saturated. That was by previous coat. Okay. Impregnated coat shall be applied to two or more flood coats. So each flood coat shall be a minimum of 0.4 liter per meter square. Now material shall be applied strictly in accordance with manufacturer's instructions and as follows. Material shall be applied by a fine nozzle spray. Okay, then we can say material shall be applied strictly in accordance with manufacturer's instructions as follows. Let us read this, and I think then we think of let continue or stop. Material shall be applied by a fine nozzle spray. Application will not be permitted when ambient air temperature is above 35 degrees Celsius or in windy condition. Surface shall be cleaned by a stiff brush or compressed air to remove all loose deposits. Concrete to be tested shall be surface dry for a minimum period of 24 hours before impregnation. Membranes, joint sealers and cast in concrete ancillaries shall be masked off before treatment. Application shall be made by saturation flooding. Flooding. Internal interval between application shall be at least 6 hours. Treated areas shall be protected from seawater and rain for 6 hours after treatment. Let us re-study this. Re-study that. Item number 6 of 5 both. 5 star rate of application shall ensure that surface is completely saturated and impregnated coating shall be applied to 2 or more flood coats, and each flood coat shall be minimum of 0.4 liter per meter square. Material shall be applied strictly in accordance with manufacturer's instructions. Manufacturer's instruction and as follows, and instructions which follow as follows. As material shall be applied by a fine nozzle spray. Fine nozzle spray. And application will not be permitted when ambient air temperature crosses 835 degrees or at wind conditions. Because in wind conditions there is no meaning of applying. We will take this off, and surface shall be cleaned by stiff brush or compressed air to remove all loose deposits before the angular surface, and concrete shall be treated. Concrete shall be treated. Treated shall be surface dry. Concrete to be treated shall be surface dry, and for a minimum period of 24 hours before impregnation. And membranes, joint sealers, and cast in concrete ancillaries shall be masked off before treatment. Application shall be made by saturation flooding, and interval between application shall be at 6 hours. So says that concrete to be treated shall be surface dry for minimum of 24 hours before application and impregnation, and members, joint sealers, and cast in concrete ancillaries shall be masked off before treatment. Application shall be made by saturation flooding, and interval between application shall be at least 6 hours. Treated areas shall be protected from seawater and rain for 6 hours after treatment. After the protective coating there is, then after that is a same thing will continue. And let us see what we have studied today. Before that, what we have actually done today is we have gone through deep into our applications, and this was page 147, I think. Yeah, 147 or 347. We have discussed applications of this hard concrete, and we will have some applications of epoxy coating, and applications of protective coating, and protection of surface, all that, a lot on that. And then with the hardened concrete we studied. So we have gone a technical way today. A technical way, thorough technical means if you have interest you can understand this, and those who are not interested, in the evening we used to come, or God has said to them, don't go, you are in danger. So what I say now, let us say, you must be feeling, I'm sure, that this is very boring. Of course it's very boring, I understand what to do. There's no other way. Without learning this you can't help yourself. This is very important that in concrete you have to learn all this. Concrete never studies in isolation. It cannot be done. Concrete includes concrete protection. Otherwise, who will protect concrete? And because concrete is very important material, expensive one, it's long-lasting material, and all other activities depend on this material. You're going to take it for granted. You have done concrete, job is over. It's not like that. It's very important to take care of this, and concrete can be for 100 years if well designed and with protect like this and works well. It returns everything is missed on that. So we have to understand all this concrete specification. Concrete is actually project. That is project. I said earlier reliability is concrete. And I begin I say if you remember concrete means reliability. If you rely on safety, if you rely on service and rely on durability, that's what is reliability is equal to concrete because concrete does the same. Concrete is a reliable material in structures, without which you can't make structures. I imagine today there is no concrete, what do you do? Just imagine, there's no concrete, it's not 500 years old. The limestone is used in the past and we cannot do that structure temporarily. Any shape can be given to concrete. Any shape, circular, hexagon, octagon, lotus temple, all that means all are results of concrete. Concrete is reliable in itself, it's composite material like brilliance, whatever that. It takes all natural resources and then it comes out as concrete. So concrete is engineering actually. Without concrete, world cannot move. No one can move, no engineering can move, electrical, mechanical, civil, electronics, all will die. There will be no hospital, no cities, nothing. Without this, nothing can move. If you want to use a computer, you have to sit in the building. It's wherever you want work to do, concrete is a must. All grades of concrete, all classes of production. So it's up to you what sort of importance you consider for that. If you think it's only concrete material and forget that, we can't love it. And that's the only reason I try to get up this material, because this is still in development stage and still very fast. When I was there was not so much, of course it was earlier, we never cared for that. But actually, this is used in industries, this is used in residences, this is used in villages, this is used in this country, this is used all over the world. This is used in low temperature areas, this is high temperature areas, this is used everywhere. Only difference is hot weather concrete and cold weather concrete. Otherwise, strength is same, risk is same, accountability of concrete is same. You may change your pencil and pen, you may change your something, but as far as concrete is concerned, I will always ask you what you are doing, how you are doing. That must be clearly understood. Now, before jumping on to further talks, and I would say, yes, it's very boring, I understand. I also feel bored. But every knowledgeable subject is boring. We are not enjoying the poems or short stories or film novels. We are doing something which has to be done into shapes. It's contract that you have to do a job. So concrete you have to do. You have to do, no doubt. And when you have to do, you have a hunger to do some work, additional work, so that you're someone else you is. Therefore, I say, I will not stop on this point. Okay, today is the point. I could not move to that. I wanted to do FIDIC because sometime we have to concentrate something to reach somewhere. So I think in order to talk to achieve what, because if you understand concrete, you can understand all construction materials. Because concrete is only material with steel, that we'll talk of steel also, that can make you a project. Without structure, you can't do anything. Without structure, electrician can't do anything, electrical engineer can't do anything. Without structure, AC, HVAC mechanic, HVAC engineer can't do anything. And without structure, your IT guys can't do anything. No one can do anything in fact. No one. All over the world. No one can do anything on that. That is a hard fact of concrete. Name itself is concrete. So why to run away from that? Why do we reduce its quality standard? Why do you consider it a liability of specification? We have to accept this fact. Concrete brings quality. Concrete is quality actually. There is no quality otherwise. If there is no concrete, there is no meaning of quality. You can't do anything. It imports all qualities: tension, compression, shape, values, heat, weather. Every property, every agency is linked to concrete. Water. Imagine no water, what you do? Everything is available, is no water. Can you do concrete? You cannot do concrete. So as we live without water, we cannot live. I simply say life and concrete are same. No water means no human existence, and no water means no concrete existence. Without water, concrete cannot be produced. That is also a fact. If we can understand this point, we can be a better concrete modulator. We can understand very well quality. Other qualities are baseless qualities. You say very good finishes you want in the building, okay, do it. If structure fails, what shall you do? If structure fails, what shall your plaster, render, tiling, false ceiling, or IT or CCD, what shall you do? They all collapse. That's why I always compare like that. Sometimes this argument, oh, who is higher? Nobody is higher, nobody is lower. If my heart attacks, if my kidney fails, I die. Same thing, if concrete is hard of building, concrete is organ of building, all organs are concrete. Foundation fails, structure fails, something goes down, and those civil engineers, those other engineers, those owners all over the world, they do not care for concrete rightly. They are buildings always civil. Always saying any country you go to wherever, you'll find distress in concrete and they have to make it again. So what's the function of that? You design building for something and you have to come down and devise and you have to do it again. What's the purpose of that? Why not to do proper work in first place? That is the whole purpose of teaching people here. I have experienced distress in concrete, I have experienced bad quality work, and I don't understand why those people who are competent to do this, they don't care for. If you don't care for your specifications, if you don't care for quality, who shall care in your place? No, is no one to care for. So if you can't care for that, then what to do? There is no resolution for that. So with this I would say, we'll continue next time. Today we could do something, it's okay. And I'll say thanks to Engineer Chaudhary. Welcome. I would say I should close it now because it's more than 4 hours and my it's heated up and it's okay. I have to do something. I say, well, now I say we close this.